Hey, Blue. Yes, I'm going live. How are you doing, Blue? I just wanted to see if I could share things. I think it was the browser. Excuse me. Because I had changed browsers. I'm glad y'all came along with me, Cheryl. That was fun. Um, so I'm going to see if I can share with this browser and see what happens. So let me see what happens. Okay. Oh, yeah, if I can remember how to do it. Hmm. I really thought I had saved this song as something else. Oh, yep, there it is. Okay, so now if I go back over here, thanks y'all for being patient with me, and then you can tell me if it's 5 by 5, if it's actually working. Um, let's see. I think I got it.
Angels we have heard on high, sweetly singing o'er the plain, and the mountains in reply, echoing their joyous strains. Gloria in excelsis Deo. Gloria in excelsis Deo. Come to Bethlehem and see Him whose birth the angels sing. Come adore on bended knee Christ the Lord, the newborn King. Gloria in excelsis Deo. Gloria in excelsis Deo. See Him in a manger laid, whom the choirs of angels praise. Mary, Joseph, and your aid, while our hearts hearts in love we raise. Gloria in excelsis Deo. Gloria in excelsis Deo. In excelsis Deo. Angels we have heard on high.
Oh, I forgot to mute. Did it sound okay with me not muted? Used to, I had to mute or else it would get all crazy sounding for y'all. So I figured out it's the browser. If I, thank you. And it's good to see all y'all again. Excuse me. When I'm in Firefox, it won't let me share videos or pictures or anything. And so I went back to Google Chrome, and now I can do it. Yay. Because if I go live Christmas Eve, of course, I'm going to play some Christmas music and stuff and want to share that with y'all. Hey, maybe that Red Pill, Billy, Cheryl. Yeah, who else here? Marshmallow Man, Benjamin, Daniel, and Blue. So, oh, I can stop sharing that. So, have y'all been going out doing anything in your area? I don't know. Oh, there's this other one I want to share with y'all. He is amazing. Don't start. No, don't start. Okay. He's not listening to me. Dinner with family tomorrow. Awesome. Yeah, we're going to my daughter's Christmas Day. And so I don't know how late we'll be there. I know that a lot of people from Thanksgiving are alone, and you never know. It may be another one of those where I started the night before Thanksgiving and it ended up going all through the night and the next day. I never know what's going to happen here. Truthfully, it's like it's a surprise every time. Last night was a surprise. Okay, let me share this one. See what y'all think about this guy. It's just a little clip.
This song to the person who broke down the walls you built up your whole life.
Been building brick walls, skyscraper tall, never gonna crumble, never gonna fall. Wasn't never worth risking getting hurt. Play with that fire and I got burned. Any other I could walk away, any other I could turn the page. Wanting you is more than I can take. Ain't no escape with you, I'm defenseless. And I can't be nobody else's. I love it, I hate it, you're hopelessly holding me. Tried it, can't fight it, I'm helpless. Girl, have your way, I'm defenseless.
All right, send this song to the person who broke down the walls you built up your whole life.
So, Rock, you know Alan Cooper. Cool. Oh, Red Pill. Both of y'all. Well, all of y'all know him. Okay. He is amazing. TWD, good to see you. Oh, it's artist and poet. I knew that. Good to see you, sweetie. Merry Christmas. Okay, so that's one of them I wanted to share with y'all. There's a few of them. I've been holding on to these, and it's like I couldn't share them on that other yeah, this one's funny. Let me see if I can. Okay. Me. It's that. Oh, come on. Mouse working. This is about dating apps. Oh, and it's muted. No.
And call it What's Left.
Okay, y'all saw the picture. Replay that. Y'all totally missed it.
Because I tried dating apps
Oh,
for a little
God.
while.
That, first of all, they just need to put all the apps on one app and call it What's Left.
Put all the apps on one app and say, call it What's Left. I agree. It's pretty much what it is. Oh, I can't play this. It's long, but here's a link for y'all. And this is that interview with Tucker Carlson, January 1st. So yeah, there it is. If y'all want to listen to it later. There's someone date online. I don't understand that. Red Pill. Hey Nancy. That's awesome. I'm glad to hear that. Okay, how does someone date online? I have never agreed to it. I was like, no. I keep telling my girls, don't do it. And then, sometimes you can start talking to somebody, like even, okay, in here. Here we are in this community, and you start talking to somebody all the time, on panel, backstage, in the chat, you get to know people. And I've seen several relationships start here in YouTube Arquab, man, good to see you. And I've known people who dated online and it's worked out great for them. So it's like, but if you do that, I honestly believe that you should meet in person within 6 months. After 6 months, forget it. If they aren't willing to meet you within 6 months, something's up, I think. I don't know. It's hard to say, but it can happen. I know it seems weird, but you know, if you're on a computer, they're on a computer. You can talk facing each other and just get to know them. You can have a date online with a nice table setting and you're both eating. I don't know. YouTube has opened my mind to a lot of things. Yep, just like Skype. There you go. Yeah. You met your husband online? Well, guess it works. You did. You can do it. I don't know. I mean, you're not getting that physical aspect of it, but in a way, it's better to build that friendship online. I mean, then you're like, everything doesn't have to be physical. You go to the restaurant and order and call me. That's where everybody's at. They're at the Mexican food restaurant. Was the only one open. Been together 25 years. That's a long time. See, worked for Billy. Talk to Billy. She'll tell you. Met your ex through the one ads in 94. It lasted 25 years. Wow. See, that's good. What's that? What's that song? Of course, they're trying to cheat on each other, so that's not a good one. Okay, never mind. The pina coladas and dancing in the rain or getting caught in the rain. Excuse me. Hey, well, good to see you. Divorced, and I'm sorry to hear that, Raquel. I think a lot of people did. I think it was a very controversial time. It was very stressful time. Yeah. Oh, cool. Nancy, the Pig Pen barbecue. Nancy, do you ever go to the Salt Lake? Yeah. Oh my goodness. Your ex is your current roommate. Hey, I've heard that work out too. There you go, Cheryl. We've lasted 5 years. I can't remember if I put the link. Like there's the link if you want to come up. Yeah, we need to get Life hooked up. I've been there a couple of times. We usually go when it's somebody's birthday that lives closer to that area. Oh, here comes somebody give his 2 cents. Hey, Carl.
What are you doing, Bonnie? You went live again.
Yes, because I'm sitting here alone. I'm like, well, so I changed browsers and I wanted to see if it worked, and it did. Now I can share videos again. I went back to Google Chrome and it's all good. So I'm ready to go for Christmas Eve. If I go live then, I can share Christmas music and videos.
Oh, so you're doing technical tests. What's up, Billy?
At the beginning,
Wolverine! Blue, red, white light. I didn't say hello to anybody. I just jumped up here. I just got here a minute ago.
awesome to hear, Red Pill. So
Can't get no notice.
at the beginning, we were testing, and then we were talking about online dating.
Oh, joy.
I knew you would like that. And I said, we got to get Life hooked up. And he started laughing. Hooked up.
Oh, so this is a meddling. You're meddling. This is meddling.
No, I'm not meddling. I'm not meddling. I don't meddle. But so some of them said, how do you date online? And I said, well, it's like this. And then come to find out, Billy met her husband online. They've been together for 25 years. And
What's up, Double Dog? I don't know nothing. I told you before, I'm not qualified for any advice or information about dating. I'm not qualified for this.
I didn't ask for it. I'm just playing with, but I know. I'm just telling you what we were talking about.
Okay, all right. Reviewing the topic. Right on.
Yeah. And Red Pill met their other through I think it was an ad. I have to go back in. It was some kind of an ad. A want ad. Oh, and the Navy vet said he ordered a mail-order bride, but she didn't come with the boat and motor that they showed in the picture, so he sent her back.
Oh, man.
D-Dogs have been a mess. Through the one ads in 94. It lasted 25 years. So there, you're all caught up.
Thank you. Thank you.
Did you see my Kara tribe?
Yeah, it was there.
Oh, that's right.
I was there the whole time. It's not so peoply when you watch it on somebody else's camera, you
know. I know. It's not the same. What Life said. He did meet a chick on Farmers Only one time, but it turns out she was from the Looney Farm.
Hey, Teresa.
Cheryl wants to know what your temperature is.
It's a little warmer tonight. I mean, it must be like around 0 or something. It doesn't feel like it's below 0. What's up, Cheryl?
Oh, it's Creek. Oh, shit. I didn't know Creek. Okay, Red Pill, I totally understand. I didn't know. I'm so confused on what the days are. creek goes
I
nuts.
wouldn't. I don't think you're stepping on his toe. There's a place for everybody. People jump back and forth too. I don't think
I
you're
know.
hurting any feelings or nothing.
I hope not. Creek, you know I love you. Hey, Teresa, good to see you. Oh, I have another video.
What's this? What's the topic on this one?
Let me see. Oh, safety. For the women, safety. Oh, don't. Okay, let me present. It is 55 here. It's only getting down to 50. And then tomorrow, I think it's going to be crazy hot again.
I heard it's supposed to warm up a little here. We'll see. See, I knew it had to be warmer. Devil Dog says it's 23 over there by him. It was a lot colder last night, Devil Dog. My thermometer outside said it was like 8 below.
No, just no. Yeah, it said tomorrow our high is 74 and our low is 62. So it's going to be warmer tomorrow.
I heard it's supposed to get up to the 40s tomorrow, or maybe even Tuesday. I'm going to use that. I need some warm weather. It'd be nice.
Yeah. Stands alone. Good to see you.
What's up, Stan?
11 degrees, but feels like 1. So once you get under freezing, it's just no. I can't imagine it being negative anything. But I have seen it here. Snowmageddon, when it got down to 5 degrees, the wind chill was negative. I think it was -5, something like that. So we were all just, but it just didn't work well here.
When it gets, 10 below and colder, it actually hurts your face to be outside, When it gets to a certain point, you got to have something over your face if you're going to be out there any length of time.
And I would think you would have to cover your face because your lungs, can't your lungs freeze?
Well, mine never have, and I don't always use a face mask, but I mean, I don't know. You can breathe it, but you can get a loose piece of cloth or something even and just put it over your mouth. That'll hold the heat in, and as long as you're not suffocating yourself, it's not bad.
Right. Kiss off. Good to see you.
You'd have to be like 80 below zero to freeze your lungs, I think.
Oh. It's hurting me below 65. That's what line. I'm right with him. Oh, Marshmallow Man's in Ontario, Canada. Okay. Yeah, that's.
It was a bit chilly.
We've had sirens going like crazy. Well, you saw all those people. Once they get out into the open highways, they think that they can just take off. And then we start hearing this.
Well, there was only 1 horse per wagon, so you can't go too fast. You need like 4 horses, then you can really giddy up.
Hey, Al, good to see you.
What's up, Jerry? Al? Yeah, if it's really, really cold, you don't want to breathe into the sleeping bag, Jerry, because that's killed people too. You know, they breathe into the bag in extreme cold weather, and the moisture of their body builds up in the bag, and it freezes. They lose their insulation. That's even in the manuals that you're not supposed to do that. You put a piece of cloth over your face if it's that cold, so you're not breathing into the sleeping bag.
Moonchild, good to see you. Stands alone. Is going to be quiet here. Son's going to Philippines to visit his family till after the first.
What's
Whoa.
up, Moon? Flame on 420. I'm sitting here smoking a joint, and you show up. Well, I'm usually smoking a joint, so I guess that's not that rare.
To get into the breathing thing. Yep. All right. Let me share this. This is for everybody, really. He just says ladies, but it can happen to anyone. In fact, I was parked right in front of the giant Christmas tree where all the lights were for the family picture, and this father and his sons went over there, and they were standing about 3-4 feet away from my car, and all of a sudden one of the little boys went over there and started trying to open the back door on it, and my son-in-law walked over there and he's like, hey, step away from the car. This is our car.
Did you think we just had the wrong car or something?
No, because they stood there for quite a while even after that. The father was like, oh, I'm sorry, but they just kept standing there, and I don't know. It was unusual.
Here, Billy. Here.
So I'm going to share this one, and it's for everybody. Staying vigilant.
All right, I'll mute.
Okay.
Inside your car. So my homegirl last night almost got robbed sitting in her car in a very well-to-do neighborhood, established neighborhood, and everything, right? So she's sitting out front of her house. You know, she's taking a moment to decompress, you know, and take a moment before she has to start, you know, mommy duties, you know. So she said she was sitting in the car for like 15 minutes. She said all of a sudden, this guy jumps in the passenger seat with a gun. And she said she was freaked out. So he's going through her stuff, give me your money, give me your money. Her phone was in her jacket. He didn't even ask for that. So then he was like, we're going in the house. So she grabs the keys out of the ignition. She grabs the keys and then proceeded to get out the car and run. So she's hoping that he's going to chase her, but he didn't. What he did is that he went and knocked on the door. So she called her daughter and was like, don't open the door. Don't open the door. He's robbing. Call the police. He's a man with a gun outside. She calls the police. She said, Joe, the police was there within like 30 seconds. They were right down the street. So she comes down. He runs. They catch him. Come to find out, it was the neighbor's son's friend, right? That came to visit. He was sitting outside, you know, smoking. Everybody's okay. Everybody's okay. Everybody's cool. But ladies, you have to stop sitting inside your cars. I know, you know, you just want to decompress. I know you want to do that. But you got to stop sitting inside your cars. Now, here's the deal. If you're going to sit inside your car, there's a feature in some of these cars that once you put the car in park, it unlocks the doors. Turn that feature off. Yeah, it's an extra step. Turn that feature off. Also, if you're going to listen to music, listen to it on your phone or whatever the case. I don't know. But you have to be ready to go. if something happens. And if you can, another thing you can do is back inside the driveway. So at least you can see the street and see who's coming. Her back was towards the street. So she didn't even see him coming, right? Be very mindful of these things. Be very mindful of these things. And another thing, do not leave your garage door open. And a lot of people, I see a lot of, even in my neighborhood, a lot of women do that. They ready to go in, but they keep their garage door open for whatever reason. Listen, man, we don't live in those times anymore, and things are getting a little rough out here. And we have to be very mindful and be very cautious of what we do. It could have ended up really bad. All right. And it doesn't matter where you at. It doesn't matter where you at, neighborhoods you live in, or bad neighborhood and a good neighborhood. Crime is crime. Crimes are opportunities. That's all it is. That's all it is. Take care.
Yeah. And it wasn't her that was outside smoking. It was the neighbor's friend. No. That was outside smoking and watched her sitting in the car. And I'm live. Sorry about that.
How can people be so loud from across the room on these things, and then when you're like right next to the microphone, we can't hear you?
Well, she has a voice that carries.
Oh, I know that song. What's up, Sharon? You know that song, Voices Carry?
Voices carry. Yes, I do. But yes, the world has gone crazy. People are, and holidays are always like that though, where you're putting your presents and gifts in the back of the car and they come up and steal them, try to steal them, breaking into houses, trying to steal your Christmas gifts. We know that happens every year. But
well, we ought to start gift wrapping rattlesnakes.
Right. But getting out of your vehicle at night, and I have been careless with that. Whenever I pull up here, you're leaving? You're leaving? Okay. Please be careful.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Can you turn that light off and shut my doors so that? Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Excuse me. I don't have a motion light. Motion lights are good on your driveway, where your car is, whatever. I just get out. There's a big oak tree there. Anyone could be behind that oak tree. I don't lock my car. I'm too careless, and I need to pay more attention. I need to be more careful with everything that I'm doing because after watching that, I was like, well, how many things am I not doing right here? Everything.
What's up, Kush? That poor rattlesnake, devil dog.
Good to see you. What devil dog did to a rattlesnake?
He said a rattlesnake bit him and it took 3 days for it to die.
I don't believe that. Gift wrap scorpions. There you go. We can find those all over the place. Brown recluse, black widows.
Yeah, make wonderful gifts. What's up, Wayne?
Look at Cheryl had her purse stolen out of her trunk.
I have had a lot of stuff stolen. I lived up north in the middle of nowhere. Leave stuff laying all over the place. Never had a problem. I come back down here to the city, they steal anything that ain't bolted down. I mean, even if it's bolted down, they might steal it.
I just can't imagine, but you saw how many people were down there. So when you get that many people from all over the place, of course they're not local, then you have some problems. Oh, I can't grab the link. Let me see if my phone's charged up enough to send it to me. YouTube. Yes. Just on link. Oh my goodness.
Kush, I hope you're not standing in the middle of the road or something. I hope they're not headlights.
What?
He says the other day I was shown in spirit, a waterfall of golden and white light. Could be drones. No, I'm just messing with them. I'm joking with you.
That sounds like a good sign.
Well, it does when he says it.
Yes. Merry Christmas to you too, Kush. And blessings. Okay. This is from Navy Vet.
Merry Christmas to everybody.
That's not it. All right. Where's it at? No. Okay. I forgot. I gotta open that. I'm slow. I know.
What are you giggling about? You got something going on, don't you? I can tell by the way you're giggling.
I have a feeling this is not going to be good. Maybe that did it.
Oh, everybody look away for a minute until we figure out if this is any good. Put out a disclaimer.
You can see the title, right?
I really can't
Move,
stay.
bitch, get out the way.
I've got to go away.
Move, bitch, get out the way.
This evening has
Get
been
the fuck back.
so very nice.
I have been drinking, so guard your grill.
I ought to say no, no, no.
Here I come, here I go.
At least I'm gonna say that I tried.
Get the fuck out of my
I
way.
really can't stay.
Bye bye.
Move, bitch, get out the way. I simply must go.
Move, bitch, get out the way.
The answer is no.
Move, bitch, get out the way.
The welcome has been so nice and warm.
I have been thinking of busting
My
you.
sister will be suspicious.
The fight is
My
out.
brother will be there at the door.
About to punch your lights
I really
out.
can't stay.
Bye bye. Move, bitch, get out the way. Move, bitch, get out the way.
I think that's a cover of a song. I think I've actually heard a rap song that says that in there or something.
It was a combination of two songs, yes. And then maybe that. Oh my goodness. I need to kiss off a little bit.
He's not any worse than the rest of us. We all know that.
I know it. And then Dog's got to pop one up, and I know it's be good too.
He probably got as many songs like that as he does t-shirts.
Yes. All right, let me try to look at him ordering me, Bonnie, play.
Who's ordering it? Oh, yeah. Does that work really? Because I don't know.
Not ordinarily. Oh gosh, I knew that's what it was going to be.
Is it that, what is it, Baby Shark?
No, it's the grandma.
Baby Shark Christmas? Is there like, a Christmas Baby Shark song? Because I bet you there is.
There better not be, and I refuse to play Baby Shark. In fact,
I've
I
only
think
ever heard part of that.
I
I'm
actually
good with
think
that.
I heard this before, but we will
Probably
see.
last year. Probably from him last year.
Hey, Cola, Garrett, good to see you.
What's up, Cola?
All right. I'm trying to show helpful things and
What's up, Benji?
and if I don't play it, he'll say, "Well, you played Navy Bats." What? Okay. Here we go. Cheese and eggs on raisin toast was, wait, was what? My favorite Waffle House meal. I don't know that sounds good. Today in 1882, the first string of Christmas tree lights were created by Thomas Edison and his partner in the Edison's Illumination Company, Edward Johnson.
And if you ever find any original antique Edison bulbs, save them. They're worth a fortune.
Well, yeah. Even those glass things that they used to put on the pole, those things are all over the place here at the
insulators. The thing about electrical insulators is there are some that are worth a lot, rare red and purple ones and stuff, and some of them have, they're worth $5 a piece or something, but a lot of those really don't have any value. I'd put like $1 value on a lot of those, but there are rare exceptions to that, and trust me, there's hundreds of different ones.
Yes. Well, and some of us just like them, not for the value of them. Just say.
There's that too. I could have gave you 50 of them about 20 years ago.
Okay, are we going to try this and see what happens?
Well, that's entirely on your call. I mean, it is Devil Dog, so I don't know what's coming.
Here we go.
Pulled up at the Waffle House just another night. Had my mind on some hash browns, maybe eggs on the side. But the jukebox started playing, and the vibe got weird, 'cause Grandma strutted in with her big old purse and a cheer. She said, "Clear the floor, it's time to get loose." Kicked off her orthopedic shoes. The trucker stopped talking, the cook dropped his pan, and Grandma hit a move that shook the whole damn stand. Grandma's twerking at the Waffle House, shaking it down in her leopard blouse. Syrup's flying, the jukebox plays. She's got the whole diner in a twerking craze. Grandma's twerking at the Waffle House, showing the young folks what life's about. She's got grits in her hair, but she don't care. Grandma's twerking, and it's beyond compare. She climbed on the table by the coffee pot, said, "Turn it up, honey, give me what you got." The waitress hollered, "This ain't the club," but Grandma just winked and kept cutting the rug. The cook yelled, "Lady, watch the bacon grease," but she was too busy dropping it to her knees. Old Earl in the corner spilled his sweet tea, yelled, "That's my ex-wife, Lord, she still got me." Grandma's twerking at the Waffle House, shaking it down in her leopard blouse. Syrup's flying, the jukebox plays, she's got the whole diner in a twerking craze. Grandma's twerking at the Waffle House, showing the young folks what life's about. She's got grits in her hair, but she don't care. Grandma's twerking, and it's beyond compare. Where she learned those moves, I don't want to know. Was she twerking at Woodstock, putting on a show? Or maybe Vegas back in '62? Grandpa never told us what she used to do. The sheriff rode in, said, "What's going on here?" But Grandma grabbed his hat and said, "Come on, dear." She pulled him on the floor and he couldn't resist. Now the whole damn diner's doing the twist. The hash browns were scattered, smothered and chunked, but nobody cared because Grandma brought the funk. She's a Waffle House legend, a late night star, and I'll never forget her shaking it that hard. Grandma's twerking at the Waffle House, shaking it down in her leopard blouse. Syrup's flying, the jukebox plays, she's got the whole diner in a twerking craze. Grandma's twerking at the Waffle House, showing the young folks what life's about. She's got grits in her hair, but she don't care. Grandma's twerking, and it's beyond compare. Now every time I pass by that neon sign, I hear the echoes of that wild old time. They put her picture up by the register stand. Legendary twerker, our sweet Grandma Jane.
Yeehaw! I like that one.
I forgot I was muted. Did I see you back there dancing?
No, you didn't see that.
I think I did. I was fixing to put you on full screen, and then you turned your camera off, and I was like, ah. So, actually, you can make that not sound bad because it sounds like she's working at the Waffle House.
I heard what I heard.
Handy.
No, technically you had to stand up to twerk. I wasn't twerking.
So, when we went to take family pictures, I had bought this. Look, more sirens. Oh gosh, I hate hearing that. I swear I feel like I live by a hospital, and there's not one anywhere near me.
Say that before we start again about a hospital. What?
It just sounds like I live by a hospital, and there's not one anywhere near me. Closest one is 35 miles. Yes, because people don't know how to drive. That was one thing in East Texas. The no traffic was the biggest draw to us. It was just like no traffic because we're used to so much traffic, and I hate it. I wish they would do a flyover, and I know it would hurt all the local businesses, but I'd rather see that than so many people getting killed on this highway. But anyway, we're going to do the family picture. So I have this tripod thing that I bought, and it's a selfie stick tripod thing. You set it up, and so my son-in-law was all excited, and he's like, "Oh, this is so cool! I want one." and wish I would have known that before Christmas, but whatever. So he's setting it up, and this family came up, and my daughter had been taking pictures for other people, and this family came up, and they're like, "We'll take a picture for y'all," and so I handed them my camera, and thank goodness I did, because the ones that my son set, he said something about the zoom, and so those were all blurry, but mine were really clear, and so I was happy about that. And who was it that asked me that question last night? Turning guns. Most everybody. It was hollering Merry Christmas. They're so helpful, giving. Just people are actually, there's really, really good people out there. It's really rare to see one that's not. That the boy that went over to my car, that was just something we don't see. Yeah.
I don't know. I get both. I get people that look like they just hate the world, and then I see people that are just happy-go-lucky. I got some Merry Christmases, but most of them were after I prompted it when I went, into town last time. If I see somebody, it's gotten to the point to where I generally see something to do with Christmas, or they're saying Merry Christmas, and I'll say Merry Christmas, because sometimes you say Merry Christmas and they'll go, "What's so merry about it?" Or I'm an atheist, or whatever their reply is. There's snarky people out there, so I usually wait to see a sign to say something.
See, and I don't see that. Even this, so the line was really long to get on the carriages, and they have 3 different types. And so my daughter picked the one that seats 4 instead of the one that seats 2. She was like, I want her to have the whole experience. Well, of course, it's not the whole experience, but whatever. Anyway, the line was really long. And
I thought you all called it the whole enchilada down there.
Do what?
I thought you guys down there called it the whole enchilada. What's up, Ryorga?
The whole enchilada?
Yeah.
And okay. And then so there was a picnic table there, and there was a family sitting there, but they weren't taking up the whole thing. And I said, "Do you mind if I just sit on the corner back here instead of standing in the line?" Sometimes standing for a long time, especially when it's cold, it's just, yeah. So I went to sit on the picnic bench, and I was sitting back there with them, and then they all left, and then another family came, and they said, "Do you mind if we sit here at the table with you?" And I said, "Not at all, please do." So they sat down, and they were eating homemade pretzels from the brewery, and the little girl, she was like late teens, early 20s maybe, and she just started talking to me, and just like I was one of them, and it was great. I mean, and I did tell them Merry Christmas. They could have been from India or somewhere like that. I don't know. But they didn't seem offended in any way. And they smiled and wished me happy holidays. And I went and got
that. I was on the phone with a tech, over a PayPal thing. I was on the phone. I mean, for
He said,
hours one day.
well,
One of
and
those Indian sounding gals told me Merry Christmas. I didn't even prompt it. She told me that first.
see, yeah, you just never know. And so I just say it. And I don't know, because I'm old, maybe, or I don't know. And well, even my daughter said
Only
that.
if you admit it, Bonnie. Only if you admit it. What's up, Steph? I tell everybody I'm 6 decades young. The minute I admit that I'm old, then I probably will be.
But my daughter was like, I don't know where to park. And I said, wherever I tell you to park. And she looked at me and she goes, well, I can't do that. And I said, yes, you can. I said, no, I have always parked wherever I want to park. And I said, jump out, I'll drive, I'll park it where I want it. And she's like,
Now that sounds like the American Texan woman that I knew as my mom. Good for you, Bonnie. What's up, G-Mom?
and she said, well, I'll get out and let you park it and you can come find me. And so then when we got down there, it actually worked out. She was wishing that she would have parked where I told her to park to begin with, but it was still close enough. And so yeah, and she goes, I guess you can get away with it because you're old. And I'm like, wow, okay. So that's why I said that.
That's what them young fuckers say when I beat them arm wrestling. That's old man strength, man. That's not fair. That's old man strength. What is that?
Old man strength? What the heck?
What the hell is old man strength? That's not even real.
It's not a thing. They're just butthurt because you beat them. That's like that little boy that we were playing pool, and he didn't get really upset about it, but he was kind of embarrassed because there was a whole bunch of men in there watching us play this game, and I was even helping him, telling him where to hit the ball to get his balls in the pockets to get him out of the way so I could finish clearing the table.
Devil dog. He knows what it means too then, see?
Yeah, I guess. Well, if old man strength is stronger than these young'uns, that's a good thing.
What's wrong with Mr. B?
Something wrong when a woman tells you how to hit your balls.
What you want to hit them balls for anyways, Rock? Ain't no fun hitting your balls. And anyway, no matter who tells you to do it.
Wow.
That sounds like some strange ritual shit there, Rock.
That's awesome, Jerry. Good to hear. I don't...
Hey, that's good stuff.
He didn't say exactly what's wrong with him, Mr. B. He just said he has a condition and it is severe pain and it's only going to progress. And so he's not going to do the Saturday Night Lives anymore. He'll pop on when he feels able to. So I don't know what that is. And I need to check on Bruce because we haven't seen him in here in a while.
I know. Anybody tells me anything, I'm going to be getting worse. I ain't going to believe them. I'm just going to proceed as if I didn't hear them. Pretty stubborn about shit like that.
I know. We've had just too many losses. And Well, so many of us. When I first started in YouTube, it was how long would we sit there and talk? Maybe for an hour or two with Jeff and Heather, and so I could sit out there on the deck for that long. And then when we switched to Gigi's, I was able to sit out there a little bit longer. And that's what, I don't know if anybody even actually noticed, but I noticed that the whole healing process through this 5 years has been made easier with this community. Definitely. It's just
Well, we keep coming back, don't we?
yeah. As long as we can. And like he said, he'll do it until he can't. And that's what I guess that's my thing also is whatever the push is, it's real. It's real. But I know that there are a lot of people who are having problems. And why do we got roaches flying? What are y'all doing?
My camera's off. She can't possibly see me hitting this roach. So I'm sitting here smoking a little roach right now. She says roaches are flying.
I don't know what they're up to.
Night, Rock.
Love you, Watla. Is he leaving? Is that what he's?
Yep.
Well,
Here, Jerry.
Oh, Watla's not. Not the link, Watla.
I didn't mean wildlife. I meant Rock.
Oh, Rocksteady. Not Rocksteady. No, you don't need to leave. Goodness. I should give the song a listen. D-Dog.
I'm not a bugger.
He even said, please. And there's another one that came in. Okay, I got to share this one too. I forgot. This was from John.
I'm way too high. Don't fuck up the vibe. Middle finger up. And Kiss Off is having more fun than anybody. Look at all the laughing faces she's been putting in the chat.
She always does. She's the happiest person I know. All right, here we go. Let's see what this is. This is from John. And then I'll go to D-Dog's please thing.
Uh-oh. Well, Caroline, if you can't see Kiss Off, that means one of you has accidentally blocked each other or YouTube is blocking you from seeing each other.
Yep.
This is so romantic.
Well, it's about to get a little bit more romantic. A little candlelight and a little Bud Light. Do you smell barbecue?
Fresh, smooth, real Bud Light.
Cool, a rocket sled.
It's all here.
You know, when your horse took a crap
I
today,
wouldn't it.
all right, when your horse took that crap, I told you it could be a lot worse. If you look back at the chat, I was telling you, because for real, horse farts are horrible. And when you're on a wagon or a sleigh, you got nowhere to go. And if you're moving, that means it's coming to you. There's just no evading that. But sometimes horses get it really bad. I mean, one right after the other kind of thing.
Yes, but I think it pooped. Because
Yeah, you got lucky. Yeah, you got yeah, that's what I was saying. It could be worse, Bonnie. You go back to chat, you'll see that comment.
yes. Okay, John, that was good.
That was pretty funny. I've seen that before, though. I knew it was coming. I looked away. Right?
Never seen that.
Wayne wants a repeat on that.
All right, let me get this one on en route. I thought I was muted. Busted out.
Well, you know, I think they can, like, when a horse lets loose, there's like a 5-gallon bucket worth of air coming out. So it's on a whole different level. You know, dogs can be bad, but nothing like a horse.
That's never mind. Okay.
Changing direction now.
Wayne wants a repeat. All right. Wait. This just ruined my carriage ride.
It's degraded down to this now, Bonnie. It's just...
No, it didn't ruin it because it wasn't romantic. It was just fun.
Oh yeah, Jerry, donkeys, yeah. I mean, anything that size, they're capable of horrendous things.
Horrendous.
Hell.
What am I missing?
Says I'll never see Western movies the same way, Carl.
Okay, here it is, Wayne. Just for you.
This is so romantic.
Well, it's about to get a little bit more romantic. A little candlelight and a little Bud Light. Do you smell barbecue?
Fresh, smooth, real Bud Light.
Cool, a rocket sled.
It's all here.
Dang it.
See, check this out, Steph. Kissoff says, Camel Carl, no one can see Tuck either, and I don't even know him, so the blocks talk to Google. And I've heard a lot of people say they can't see Tuck in chat. So certain people are getting like blacklisted, you know.
Where was I at? And they were saying hello to somebody, and I could not see that person. And I was like,
What's up, Cha-Cha? Yeah, I know it exists. I've seen the same thing happen. I know it's real. I don't know why they do it, but they do it.
Cha-Cha. Good to see you. I think it was the deal for real. there may be a reason. Good to see you, Cha-Cha.
Has anybody seen Watt?
I see what life. All right, here we go with D-Dog's latest.
Craig the Hunter.
But I don't see Carl. Hey, Craig.
Everybody's used to me being hard to see. That's, that's part of the game.
Uh-oh. It didn't come. Oh, there it is. Him and his same subject.
What are we talking about now? What? Oh, another video?
That, yes. Another one, D-Dog. He even said, please play it. All right. So here we go. See how many copyrights and stuff I get tonight.
Well, Christmas Eve down at the church hall, we were stringing up lights, having us a ball. Grandma walked in with her peppermint schnapps, started shaking her hips, and she just wouldn't stop. She said, hold my cane, y'all, I'm feeling the groove. Then she dropped it low, and the crowd went, whoa. Grandma went viral for twerking under mistletoe, wobbling and jiggling where the holly ought to go. She did the splits, then a booty pop show. Now she's a TikTok queen in a glittery fur coat. Uncle Joe dropped his eggnog glass, and Linda fainted right there in the grass. The pastor yelled, Lord, take the wheel. But Grandma was grinding like a disco wheel. The choir stopped singing about Silent Night, 'cause Grandma was working those LED lights. Jordan, Grandma went viral for twerking under the mistletoe, shaking that booty to the Yuletide flow. She got 10 million views in an hour or so, and now she's doing brand deals with her own dance show. She's got a merch line, Jingle Bell Bounce, with booty shaking leggings that sell by the ounce. Now Grandma's a star, she's living the dream, with a gold-plated walker and her own live stream. Went viral for twerking under the mistletoe, turned our quiet little Christmas into a full-blown rodeo. Santa called up, said, girl, you stole my glow. Now Rudolph's in the corner taking twerk lessons slow. So this Christmas, y'all, just beware. If you see Grandma coming, better clear the square. She's got a rhythm, she's got sass, she'll steal the whole show, and she's twerking like crazy under that mistletoe.
Well, obviously there's nothing wrong with her hips. Probably alcohol was involved.
Oh my goodness. I guess this is request night, because now Kiss Off has one.
She didn't even say please, did she? She was like, play my song now.
That's right. Where's my please Kiss Off?
You've come at an awkward time, Craig.
She'll be,
Perfect
I'll show you my please.
timing. Well, no, she's laughing. She does see the humor in it.
There it is. Okay. What do you mean an awkward time? It's always awkward. You never know what's going to happen here.
Yeah.
Jim, I found a bag full of money.
She come right in here dropping songs and stuff, and I don't even know any of them tonight. I don't.
No. All right. See what we got here. She looks kind of serious.
I have no idea what's coming. I mean, you're picking it from some.
I hear you. All in all in bright. Round your virgin mother and child.
That's pretty funny. There's a bunch of, pretty popular YouTubers or TikTokers or whatever you want to call them, doing little shorts like that where they voice in what the dog or cat is saying, and there is some pretty funny ones.
Yes. Okay, that one was good. Kiss off.
You got to do that, Greg. You got to do that with Odin. Do voiceovers.
Love all y'all crazies, BS detectors. That's the way this little one does. She gets right in my face and just starts licking. And of course, I'm not holding her when I'm singing.
They usually train their humans pretty well.
You're welcome, Kiss off. Thank you. Yes, they do.
Craig's like, I am working on it now.
Excuse me. So I saw this video a while back of how to make a candle. And
using paraffin wax or
no, it was after our first trip. On the first trip, we found this little, I don't know if it was like a thrift store or a bargain store. It was kind of an odd store. It's probably like off the line stuff that they're reselling. I don't know.
outlet warehouse or something.
No, it was just a little hole in the wall. I'm thinking it was a little shady, but that could be me.
Oh, so it's stuff that fell off the truck.
Yeah.
It's a store that sells stuff that fell off the truck. I got it.
And so they had emergency candles, boxes of 4 for like $1. I don't know. They were pretty cheap. And so I grabbed several. We're always supposed to have emergency candles around. And, so you take those candles and you put them in a nonstick skillet and heat them down, and then take the wicks out with tongs. Don't stick your fingers in there. And then you take a small glass container, or I couldn't find any, so I just got the quarter mugs at a thrift store, and because I didn't want to use a bourbon glass for a candle. It's anyway. So I had this mug, and so I melted the candles, and then you put some cloves in the bottom. I put them about half an inch thick in the bottom of the mug. Then you pour in the wax, and then you put cinnamon in it and stir it up real good. And then you take the wick, wrap the end around a pencil or a stick or something, and stick it down in there and let the pencil hold it up. And then it hardens, and then you have a scented new candle. And it smells like cinnamon and cloves.
Huh. Well,
And so that
I mean,
I made that to light Christmas Day for my parents.
I've got mixed feelings about that. I mean, because of cloves. I remember way back in the 70s when I wasn't allowed to smoke cigarettes, but I was allowed to smoke clove cigarettes and weed. All right.
Ew,
And the clove cigarettes were,
nasty,
they were nothing like a cigarette. All right. And they were,
and they stink.
they were pretty horrible. That's what I remember, them being pretty horrible. So I'm not sure a clove candle would please me, you know?
Well, but it's different. That cigarette, I don't know what they did to it, but it wasn't like the cloves. The whole cloves that you stick in hams, and so that's why I was like, well, I need cloves anyway because I'm gonna have a ham, and when the sliced pineapples and the cherries and the cloves, and when that's
I've had,
it smells amazing.
I've learned that, some of these improvised candles they teach you to make in tins, and, you put oils or whatever fats in them to use them. Yeah, if you got a very well ventilated area, those are okay. But a lot of candles stink. All right. I've bought even survival
Oh, I
candles
know.
that are they're horrible. I mean, they're you can barely stand them. You have to be outside to use them, But
Yes.
if you get ones that are made with beeswax and certain things that people know how to make them where they smell, or I preferably don't smell at all, would be the ideal for me, But
Well, cloves smell good. That's what I don't know what they did to those cigarettes, but they really do smell good. And then the cinnamon, and I love cinnamon at Christmas. You know how I don't know if y'all have it, but our grocer, every Christmas they get in they're like little mini brooms or something, and they're covered with cinnamon scent, and you hang them in your house, and cinnamon. And the girls would get so mad at me because I would get those because I love the smell of cinnamon, and they hate it.
I don't mind cinnamon. I used to actually make cinnamon toast growing up a lot. That was a quick, easy, improvised donut or whatever you want to call it. I saw a meme once though where a couple of blondes were in a candle store and they're smelling the candles, and she says, "This one smells just like Fireball," and the other one says, "That's cinnamon." I thought that was pretty funny.
MAGA Patriot, good to see you. Have y'all checked him out yet?
I have not. I meant to. I forgot to, but I can't. Every time I'm on the panel, I can't touch on links and do stuff. I have to remember to go back to it.
Yes. And while we were on the trip, sometime he went live, and I was able to be in there for just a minute. And so I'm not sure what all it was about, but It was good to see him live. I don't use essential oils. The only thing that I have used it for was the peppermint. For some reason, my pantry got moths in it, and so I put some peppermint essential oil in there, and it got rid of them.
I'm kind of surprised you didn't say vinegar too. I mean, because like grandmother's duct tape is vinegar. They use it for all kinds of things. I've heard
Well,
like 50 uses.
yeah, the vinegar and water I use around the baseboards and windows, especially around the kitchen sink. Anywhere that ants would try to come in, that stops them. They will not come in if you put vinegar water. And it's not a bad thing to just let it sit there and dry. It's not going to hurt anything. And so, yeah. Yes, I have gallons of vinegar. My daughter's like, why do we need so much vinegar? Just trust me. Just trust me.
There ought to be a brand of vinegar that's like called grandmother's little helper or something.
Right? Fix all vinegar or something. Coffee too. And I love the smell of coffee. Oh, that just gave me an idea. Thank you, Mega Patriot. Put coffee beans in that candle.
See, now you're talking. All right, now you got my
But
attention.
that would smell good.
Coffee, beans, and weed. Then you'd have something.
Not weed. Coffee beans.
You could just throw some stems or something in there. It'd work.
No, but I don't like the smell of weed. I like the smell of coffee.
Oh, okay. I understand the problem now. I don't understand it, but I understand it.
Nobody here drinks coffee, but I love to smell it brewing. And so when I get to a big grocery store like H-E-B, then I get a bag of coffee beans and I'll put them in little dishes and put them around the house just to smell the coffee beans. So coffee bean candle, I'm going to try it and see what happens. High brewed candle.
Yep. I've thought about it. If I came out with my own cologne, it would be called Wood Stove and Weed by Camo Carl.
I wonder what would happen if I mixed the brewed coffee with the wax. It probably wouldn't set. It'd be too liquidy. Yeah, it's got to be the beans.
I think that would sell, Devil Dog. I used to talk about, they made those, like those little Christmas tree scented things you hang in your car,
Those things stink to high heaven, too.
Well, I was thinking about making them the shape of a pot leaf and making them smell like skunk. And, everybody's like, oh, nobody buy that. I think everybody would buy those, right? Because now your car smells like weed because of the thing hanging on your mirror, not because of the weed in your pocket. It might be a good distraction.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Now I see what you're talking about, taking the coffee grounds. That would be good. And no, there's only Folgers in my house. I know that sounds terrible, but it's the commercial. I was MK Ultra, whatever you call it, programmed something. It's got to be Folgers. Scent was poisoning us. What scent? You know the scent I love? There was this one of our convenience stores, the restroom has an automatic scent scent machine, whatever you call that dang thing. I can't remember right now. And
Automatic scent. Are we talking about horse farts again?
no, it's one of those. You put the can in there, and every so often it sprays, and it's.
Oh, yeah. I know what you're talking about. Like a Febreze or something where they, yeah, I know what you're talking about. They make them that plug into an outlet too, that you put
Yes,
little oil refills or something in.
but the scent they always had was peach, and it smelled so good. Peach. I like fruity smells, and yeah. Ooh, Fabuloso is disgusting. No, can't stand it. I can tell as soon as I walk in if somebody has used Fabuloso. I guess from cleaning
That shit don't even work, man. I've tried that. I've had people swear by it, and it doesn't do nothing.
No, it doesn't. It's not. No. Yeah, at the laundromat we had to use that because whatever the owners bought is what we had to use. And when it came time to mop, after scrubbing all the machines was bad enough, but when it came time to mop, I had to walk out of the building. I was like, y'all have fun. Because it was actually my daughter that took the job, but she couldn't do it by herself. We all had to go up there and help her. And it was at night, so I didn't mind because I didn't want her to do it by herself.
We were just talking about that, Craig. How do you know what chloroform smells like? Because if you smell it, it's going to knock you out. I mean, do you remember when you wake up what it smelled like? Does anybody actually remember what chloroform smells like?
But he's saying chlorine.
Yeah, but I'm talking about chloroform.
I what, like?
All right, you baited me and you started talking about twerking grannies, weed, and Fabuloso. You got me intrigued. I'm hooked now. I'm here.
And now, okay, what life have you smelled chloroform? Chloroform? So say it, Carl.
I can't remember. It's all a blur.
That's what I mean, man. I mean, does anybody really know what it smells like?
It smells like almonds.
There you go.
Here, I'll prove it. Here, smell this.
Yeah, tell me if this smells like an almond joy or not.
Carl, I went to the pool and you went to the abduction. I thought chloroform was
Just get in the van, Craig.
Chacho, no one knows what it smells like because it knocks you out. It's sour.
Oh, man.
Mm.
I love it. Christmas and chloroform. It's just a holiday treat, you know?
What if you could take those things she was talking about that spray the air freshener in the room and you could just fill them with chloroform?
Oh my God. Carl, there's a name for that. We don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, it's called home defense.
Pretty sure that's lethal injection.
Right.
Pretty sure that's outlawed in all 50 states.
No, dear dog.
Except in Alabama. Alabama and Michigan is perfectly legal.
Everything goes in South Africa. They even have flamethrowers under their cars. So if somebody tries to carjack you, just turn on the flamethrower and cook the fuckers right there.
Dude, what type of life are you living where you need something like that? You know what I mean?
Well, it's South Africa.
I guess that's why Elon left, you know? Taking my talents elsewhere.
I mean, if I could get away with it, I would put that on my truck. I think that'd be a great addition.
Shoot, yeah. Double as a weenie roast, you know? You get a little hungry, just flame on right quick. Got your little mobile snack unit.
All right, ladies, which one of y'all want to date Carl?
What? Wait, where's that coming from?
Do you have any opening bids? Any opening bids?
Oh, man, this is like the third time they've tried this. Why don't you get in on it either?
What's a good number? 100? 100? We start at 100?
Yes.
100 now, 100 now. Can I get a 250, 250, 250, 250?
Oh, no.
10.
I do not comply. All right.
We're auctioning off Carl.
There you go.
Hey, you dope women.
Comes with one complimentary nunchuck show. Just don't get too close.
Kiss up in her Amish people. I don't know what it is. She is in love with them.
I ain't doing it, Warren. I'm not doing it. They're doing it. I'm not.
Butterfly keeps saying 10.
10. Hey, we'll start with 10. There we go. That's a good opening bid.
Great. I got drunk and accidentally bought Carl. Mega Patriot, 1 penny.
No contract here. Okay.
The bid's getting lower.
Man, what's going on here? How's it getting lower? All right. Well, we didn't think this through too well. I know in the South there's a big Mennonite community. They're like the Amish, but they live a little bit more modern. You know.
Do they sell people?
Yes.
Do they what?
Do they sell people?
No.
Some would say. I mean, you know. Imagine you find the right one, yeah. I don't know.
Our Mennonites do not do that. They build amazing log cabins, though.
Oh, yeah. Man.
I seen like 300 Amish carry a barn. That it just was amazing that they could carry something of that size all together. That blew my mind.
That. Yes, that was amazing.
Oh, yeah.
We even had to turn a corner.
Yeah, that was crazy. I mean, imagine if like 30 people tripped. Everybody would be screwed.
Ooh.
You know?
Yep.
Sorry, I dropped your barn.
They are definitely hard workers and get it done. 2 pennies.
Get enough people with the same common goals and values, things can get done real quick.
Yeah. Put them on wheels and go. Yep.
All right, Cheryl.
Cheryl's got you all.
All right, if you see me in the garage swinging my nunchucks, wearing my camo Crocs, and pressing the gals, don't come hating.
Oof. Glad I missed that premiere.
It's a meme. I saw that meme and I thought, what, is somebody spying on me?
Just blame it on the drones.
They see everything.
It's funny, but I used to stand in the yard every day and swing nunchucks and staff and commas and all kinds of stuff. And people, they just left me alone. I mean, the neighbors sometimes would watch and stuff, but nobody ever, they just leave you alone.
Kiss off, would you please put Carl's link in chat for Mega Patriot? He's got a sub to you. Carl does a Carl-a-thon once in a while. 40 hours, Mega Patriot. 40 hours he was live. I went up there 3 different times after sleeping.
She might have taken a rest on the panel before.
I mean, 40 hours. I mean, yeah, you got time to do a lot of stuff. Come back, take a short vacation and come back. Hey, buddy, you still alive?
That's when I'd come back. You're still going? Have you had sleep? Have you had water? I'm all doing the mama thing.
I went to Tampa and came back. You still alive?
I had to work the next day, or I would have been able to go longer. I felt like I could have kept going.
Yeah, I think you had 50 in you.
No, Cha-Cha, he didn't. He was awake the whole time. Like, nonstop. And talking. I don't know how you didn't lose your voice.
Talking to all you folks all the time, I built up a tolerance.
So we have been a bad influence on you.
I didn't say that. You said that. I didn't say that. That's impossible. I once corrupted a whole couple grades of a school. They took me out of the city and shipped me up north in the middle of nowhere, and there was like 9 kids my age in the school. I went from a school of like hundreds of kids in my grade to 175 from kindergarten down to 12th grade, all right? And there was literally 9 kids in my grade, and every one of them was a farm kid. By the time I left that school, they were smoking cigarettes and pot and swiping their parents' beer and shit. I'm not even kidding.
Great.
I told you I was a real juvenile delinquent. I was bad when I was young.
Man.
Carl left his mark in the world. Happy parents.
You've been altering minds and changing landscapes for decades.
I'm a better person than I was when I was that age. Let's just say that.
Oh, no doubt.
I was full of all kinds of bad ideas.
We still have them. Hopefully we've gotten wiser not to react so quickly on them.
It's all right, Blue. They've been trying to do that for a while now. She tried this a couple of years ago. I remember that. Let's hook Carl up. No.
It's a Christmas tradition,
Oh, don't do that.
Yeah, it's a yearly thing.
Oh, yeah.
Might need to make it twice a year. We'll do a winter solstice and a spring.
Somebody thought the peaches are what got you up here. Well, I can't remember. Donna.
Hey, sometimes,
That's why, Kiss Off. That's right. My Amish ways.
Okay, D-Dog is having a fit. Let me
What do I got to wait for? What's it called? Rosh Hashanah? Is that what that's called? Where they go out and have crazy time when they reach 18 or something? Isn't that what they do?
I think so, yeah. I forget what they call it, but yeah, they get to go out and like live in the real world and make that decision if they want to stick to their ways or move out, I guess.
Drunken parties and all that. Yep.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna share this pretty dog.
Yay. Is that even Devil Dog? Are we sure that's even him?
You might have seen it on YouTube or MTV, but Granny had the moves back in 43. I've got it on tape from a color cassette at the family reunion where she broke her hip. She got so good that she didn't need a beat. She'd clap her ass and stomp her feet. Down in the holler by the Blue Ridge Hills, there's a little cabin home where my grandma lived. She'd pull up her pack and start to wiggle. Then she'd shimmy and shake and make it jiggle. She could put to shame a modern pole dance worker. Granny was the world's first mountain twerker. Twerking like you stole it. I remember that night in the middle of June. Granny was twerking by the light of the moon. Pop broke out his fiddle and rosined up his throat. And he started twerking to the Cotton Eye Joe. She'd sling it around and start to twist it like two rabid coons fighting over a biscuit. Down in the holler by the Blue Ridge Hills, there's a little cabin home where my grandma lived. She'd bow up her back and start to wiggle. Then she'd shimmy and shake and make it jiggle. She could put to shame a modern pole dance worker. Granny was the world's first mountain twerker. She's patient to sing, damn sure. She taught her kids how to twerk it real good. She passed it on down the best she could. She might have quit twerking cause of her arthritis, but the legend lives on of my grandma Cyrus. Down in the holler by the Blue Ridge Hills, there's a little cabin home where my grandma lived. She'd blow up her back and start to wiggle. Then she'd shimmy and shake and make it jiggle. She could put to shame a modern pole dance worker. Granny was the world's first mountain twerker. Twerk on, Granny. Twerk it real good.
Poor Mecca Patriot. He's never coming back. He's scolded for life.
Bonnie?
What?
Somebody tried to call me while you were playing that, and my volume went down to where I can't hardly hear you anymore. All right, so I'm going to have to jump down, and I'm going to have to find the link again to come back because it messes up. I can't hear any. I certainly won't be able to hear Watt now because it's so low.
Okay, then I'll put the link for you again.
I'll be right back.
You can't hear me at all.
He makes it sound like you're so quiet. Does that mean I'm really loud? Am I
I
loud?
mean, of course, if I'm not saying nothing, it's going to be hard to hear me unless you can hear my thoughts, Carl.
Let me check my volume. I don't want to be loud. Oh, yeah, it's way up there.
Let me see.
Okay. Is that
I
better?
I need to turn mine up to 3,000 watts. Yep, the amperage. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, if you're on your phone and like somebody calls you or something pops up, it does mess with your audio sometimes.
Yes, it does. Hey, chessboard. I don't think I said hello to you. You're texting Carl.
You got a smart device that can't self-reset itself. Sure don't mind resetting when it's time to do an update.
Yeah, isn't that the truth?
You cannot use your device for the next 36 hours during this update. 36 hours, but I'm just trying to order a pizza. What's going on here?
One life, don't worry, Carl is psychotic. That's psychic. There he is.
Now I can hear y'all. Isn't that messed up?
I was muted. That's why you couldn't hear me a while ago.
No, it's whenever somebody tries to call the phone. And now Craig's sending me texts. It doesn't mess up the sound though. But
He said he was texting you.
Yeah, it said a deer, a doe. I think it's gonna say a deer, a doe, a female deer. Yeah, I think that's what he sent me.
And I turned my volume down because you made it sound like I was really loud. And so I turned it down. Is it better?
I can hear fine now. It's just whenever some reason somebody calls my phone, it knocks the volume down to where I can't barely hear anything.
That's news you can use.
I'm just gonna have to block everybody. That's all.
Block everybody? No.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness. Orange slices. Orange slice candle. I like the smell of oranges, too. Oh, we used to do that, too. We'd put oranges around the house with cloves stuck in them.
That sounds like witchcraft.
No.
We got a place downtown. It's called the Augusta Candle Company, and you can go in there and they've got hundreds of scents that you can purchase, or you can sit up there at the counter and you can make your own candles.
Yes. That's cool.
I mean, they got everything from one called Cigar Lounge, which it don't smell like a cigar. It almost kind of smells like a. Sounds weird, but it almost kind of smells like leather and wood, that type of scent.
Yeah.
All different type of exotic scents and stuff like that.
That's while I was.
You know, if Muir was here, he wouldn't let you just get away with that comment. You know that.
What's that?
Leather and wood. You just wouldn't get away with that. That would carry on for.
Goodness.
It's trending. It's definitely trending.
Isn't that should be a song? Leather and wood.
Hey, Sarah MAGA Patriot. I'm sorry we scalded you for life.
Yeah. It's the late night leather and wood segment of the show, ladies and gentlemen.
It sounds even better when you say it.
Welcome to the South Mountain grandmas.
Get your eggnog and your joints ready, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a bumpy ride from here on out.
Did you do those phone calls or something? Because you would have been perfect at that, you know. Yes, we'd
I
like
probably
to talk
should have
to you.
did that. I think I missed my calling maybe on something. I don't know.
The telemarketing calls?
Yeah, you know, we were trying to contact you about your auto warranty.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't do that, but sales. Well, in one of them, I had to call payphones to try and find the owner of the payphone. And no payphone is ever near an owner. That was about the weirdest job I ever had.
I just saw some video. I think I put it in my watch list, but it was I bought a working payphone, and it was like a guy standing in front of his little shop or something where he had just bought, and it works. I haven't watched it yet, but I'm gonna.
Yeah.
Yeah, ultimately, if you had all the working components and everything, you could just hook up a landline to it.
Yep.
You know.
And there are famous telephone booths. I think Yorga once mentioned it. One of them's like out in the desert somewhere, and it's famously still working. I had the number to that thing, and I called it, and somebody answered it. I mean, in the middle of nowhere, just a booth by itself. That was back in the 80s. I called that.
I've been expecting your call, Camo.
It's a real thing, man. There's famous telephone booths that people have got their numbers to it, you know, and yeah, middle of nowhere kind of deal, kind of like, you know, where the aliens would pick you up or something.
Yeah, just on one of those desolate dirt roads, you know, and there's just a payphone booth right there.
Right, where E.T. could phone home, you know.
That's
definitely.
when I was dating that guy from Kentucky, and then it was payphones. I had a landline, but still. Anyway, so
I
we
think
had
Devil Dog just found a song called Leather and Wood.
no.
Yeah. She's like, no.
I can't put it in private chat. He can get it tomorrow, D-Dog. But we had this payphone that you could actually, it was at a gas station, so you could drive up to it and sit there and park next to it and talk on the phone when it was freezing cold outside. Yeah, I spent a lot of time parked at that payphone. No, it was not Amish. Kiss off. My goodness.
Yeah.
You got to respect the beards, though.
Oh, you gotta respect the beards.
No, he had a little goatee thing.
You don't really see him with the mustache. I don't know what that is. If that's like a, what does that symbolize to them? You know, they have like a full beard but no mustache.
I don't know if I've ever seen that. That would look weird.
I'm sure you've seen it where they've got like the beard around the chin, but there's no mustache. It's shaved off.
I'm looking.
Oh, it's there. It's findable.
We still have landlines here. Amish. Man.
We're talking about landmines.
Images.
Watch those things.
Oh my gosh, you're right.
All right. Is this going to be a rabbit hole or something? Because why don't they have mustache?
I don't know. I always just find little things like that interesting when you see like a certain culture, a certain division. They have like a certain style or way of doing things. You know, obviously it's got to mean something to them.
So you get the same problem. You'd be like laying there in bed trying to go to sleep, and suddenly you wonder, do penguins have knees?
Yeah.
Have knees?
Yeah, knees. Do penguins have knees?
Look at that. No. Well, he might have a Booger. Yeah, he's got a mustache.
It's like the Ezekiel cut, you know? You go to the barber and say, hey, give me the Ezekiel cut.
Oh, here's a bunch of them. That just looks weird.
See what I'm saying? There's got to be a meaning for that. You know, it symbolizes something, I guess.
I think it's so it doesn't tickle the gal's lips when they kiss them.
There you go.
You think they're that conscientious of that? Maybe.
Well, it's cleaner than anything I could think of.
Oh, look at that one.
Mordecai. That's the Mordecai cut.
Okay, Wildlife, how do you know so much about this?
I don't know. My brain is just filled with random factoids or things like that. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that the Amish only have like a dozen different names like that. They're all named Ezekiel or
Mordecai or
those Zebediah.
Yeah, Jebediah. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Don't read chat.
So good.
Yeah, like the old names you don't really hear anymore.
See, we're talking too much about beards, and now Bushcraft showed up.
See?
Right.
That's how it happens.
Bushcraft has an amazing beard.
On the other hand, Bonnie, you know they don't call them handlebars for nothing.
On the other hand, what have brought that?
That's just one of my regular smart-ass comments I've left over the years.
Wonder why that saying came up. Wildlife probably knows. On the other hand.
Well, I honestly don't know, but I feel like I need to know. Let me see.
The Amish don't have mustaches because it shows a protest to violence.
Oh, what's violent about a mustache? I have never heard anybody killed by a mustache.
I haven't either. Beard talk, yes. It's like riding a horse. Pull the reins.
I mean, I'm not doubting you, Billy. I need more. You know, I'm not doubting that. Probably looked it up. It's probably real. I need more.
Bushcraft Wildlife told us that the Amish do not have mustaches with their beards. And I said, that would look weird. So I had to look it up, and sure enough, they don't have mustaches with their beards.
And now we're fully analyzing this phenomenon farther than we probably should.
Or even like, what was it I watched one time? It was the history of hair, and they kind of showed like the hairstyles in America from like the early 1900s until now, and even a little bit before then, and like how men wore their beards, you know, where they'd have like the chops and then the chin would be shaved off, you know, or different stuff like that, different phases and fads.
Now it's just let it go. There's some people who actually take care of it with the oils and brushing it and everything. And then there's some that just let it grow.
Yeah.
I don't know about y'all, but I gotta wash my beard regularly because it don't feel right unless you got it clean. You know?
Absolutely. It should.
Yeah, you can't walk around with pieces of cheeseburger stuck in there.
Right. That's
I
what I'm
mean, you
thinking.
can.
Unless you're
You
saving it
can.
for later.
Cookie crumbs, whatever.
Right. When did I eat a bagel?
I got little skull beads for mine. I don't know if you've seen the picture I posted, but if I
No,
really dress up, I'll put beads in.
There you go.
is that the runes or just beads?
Just little skull beads I had for decades. They're little made out of bone.
Oh,
Came with it.
Captain
Came with
Camo.
I've thought about getting some of the runes for my hair because they're really pretty, actually, and I don't know what the symbols mean. Guess I should probably look that up before I put them in my hair. But
Well, I didn't see how it was done or nothing, but I took and I wrapped my beard. You know, it's like two beards. You've seen it. And I'll make a point out of it, and then I'll wrap it with thread and leave a piece of the thread hanging down. You put the thread through the bead, pull the bead up over the wrapped beard, and then undo the thread, and the beard is the beads where you wanted it.
mm-hmm.
We're good.
Big shoes were a sign of masculinity in the late Middle Ages. Big shoes.
For me, it's just a sign that it's hard for me to find shoes.
Oh, Bush says they grow beards when they get married.
Yeah.
Okay.
And washing your beard is better than washing someone else's.
Oh, definitely. 100%.
I wasn't even going to analyze that comment or anything further.
100%.
I'm just going to let that one roll by.
Don't you know Benjamin had those nurses wrapped around his finger in the hospital?
I knew he probably, was at least getting their phone numbers or something. That was one of the first things I asked him. If he got any nurses' phone numbers. I never tried it, Wayne. The way I feel is the next one's going to have to buy the whole bull to get the milk.
There you go.
She's going to have to marry you.
I'm not putting out easy anymore. I mean, I tried that for most of my life.
That's why he's easy. Easy like the sun.
I mean, I tried to start the bit out at 100, man. It ain't my fault it went down. You know, I was shooting for the stars with you there.
I really thought Gma would be in on that. A widow with the ranch.
I think she tanned it in an IOU.
Gma needs a landscaper. She don't need no man.
Excuse.
Shoot, I know all the landscapers and like the roofers and stuff that would have normally been off a majority of this time of the season. Shoot, they're working nonstop.
You know, I thought people in this chat drank, but I didn't know that Bushcraft was drinking.
See how rumors start.
Oh, that's awesome, man. I'm always the last one to find out these things.
Yeah, me too.
Congratulations.
Bunch of drunks in here or something.
Donna, that's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, you're gonna get beard product ads for the next 2 weeks.
That's funny. Yeah, she'll be an expert in no time.
You or anyone you know is suffering from sudden beer loss. Buy Miracle Beard.
I'm not complying, Bushcraft. This is all a fallacy. It's all fake news. There's nothing real about it.
Putting the good positivities of the possibilities into the universe.
Right? Let's see. What do they call that? Manifesting? When you're thinking something so much that it happens, comes to fruition.
Okay, then how come I don't have my tropical island with a mountain fortress and my I Dream a Genie wife and my Jetson flying car? Right? Because I've been thinking about that for like 60 years now. So why don't I have all that if manifestation is real?
I didn't say it works. If it did, things would be a lot
Well,
different for me too.
technically, you can order those things, with a valid credit card. Oh.
So I tried to auction off Carl before he came back the next day.
Oh man. Get that no return policy set in place.
Carl paying $10. Oh, now it's you paying.
Man, how do we get into the negative? How do you have a negative auction? Man. You must have been trying to sell Alabama t-shirts.
It's brutal. It's brutal. That's probably before taxes.
Carl, I'm sorry you're getting so.
Yeah, that's before taxes. You're right. It's like $13.50, really.
That's the thing about, like the prices, right? And all that people used to go on there and win brand new cars, but they had to pay the taxes on that. It wasn't like you just go home with it. Some people couldn't even afford to pay the taxes on the things they won.
Tax, title, and license. Right there. Yep.
And it was in California where they filmed it, so
yep.
I don't know if it worked out if you had to pay theirs and yours, or I don't know how that would have worked out.
Well, that's why you saw the same prize a few times. There was a guy here, or somebody here in Michigan years ago. This had to be, I guess it was getting close to 20 years ago, but they were caught in this scheme of raffling off this Harley Davidson. And it was done like 3 years in a row. They did it.
Oh, yeah.
Before they got caught.
Oh my goodness.
If somebody tried to do that one time, yeah. Yeah, it definitely ruins it.
I'm good, Kissa. I'm good. I don't. Very little I need.
What's a scallion? I don't know. My mom was on Judge Joe Brown. Oh my.
What did you do, Al? What did you do?
There was somebody from around here that went on one of those shows, and I can't remember.
That was random, Jerry Bush. Oh, I guess he's saying hi to Bushcraft. Okay. Benjamin.
As long as it wasn't a Jerry Springer show, I guess she was doing all right.
Yeah, that's where the Alabama people in Arkansas.
Oh, they're out there. They stick together. They're strong. The double A's. They hate Alaska so far away, you know?
I'd like to drive that Alaskan highway.
It's not like being alone, it's rigged.
Matter of fact, that highway that goes from Washington up to Alaska, there's a whole bunch of military issue vehicles they use for the road crews and shit. They just leave them they left them on the side of the road. You could probably find some pretty nice trucks up there in the sticks.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
Did you see what Al said? Her dog bit the neighbor. They flew them both out to Chicago and paid each $500 to be
Who is
on.
that?
His mama really did go on.
Oh, wow.
Joe Brown, Judd Brown.
Yeah, he was pretty funny.
Well, I gotta take it. Well, Cheryl, sometimes I dish it out too. So if you're gonna dish it out, you gotta be able to take it.
Yes, he dishes it out.
What'd you say, Bonnie?
I said, yes, he dishes it out.
I do. I don't pick on people I don't like.
Well, yeah.
I don't like people I don't pick on.
See?
Hills of Kentucky. That's where that guy was from last night. Was it Crazy Hillbilly?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Echo.
What's up, Echo?
Cross. Let's try a second.
Nothing
Oh,
wrong with a straw. If you got a straw, you can drink your coffee laying down. Did you know that?
I wouldn't
no.
advise that.
Yeah, I don't think that's a good idea. Carl, you could have choked to death there by yourself.
I've survived so far.
Yeah, you don't want to sneeze while you're drinking hot coffee laying down. You know, it's just too much that could go wrong.
There's an art to everything, man.
That Tommy had to take a nap. That's why we haven't seen her in a while. I forgot about that. She was doing the Tom and Jerry thing. Okay, there was another one. There's that. Oh, this one. Don't play. Don't play. Dang it. If any of y'all have someone with dementia, this is amazing. I've seen it in it. I'll just share it. See what y'all think.
There's some truth in that one, Double Dog.
Can you tell me what your address is?
What my address is?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Okay. What color shirt did you have on yesterday?
I don't know.
What'd you have for lunch today?
Food. Good food.
All right. So who is Linda? Do you know Linda? What about Paul?
Paul?
Paul. All right. Who is Jesus?
There you go.
Well, Jesus is the one who saved me and lives in my heart
Amen.
and will take me home.
Glory to God.
Quite amazing.
I love him.
No, this is beautiful.
Hey, can you tell me what your address is?
It reminds me of that movie, God's Not Dead, when he's sitting there talking to his mother, so crappy. And telling her, look at you. I don't know why you believe in God. Why would he do this to you if he's so great? And then she started spilling the message.
Yeah.
You enjoy these emotional roller coaster rides, don't you, Bonnie? We were laughing a minute ago.
I'm sorry. That's the way my world goes. Sorry.
I'm just picking on you now.
Yeah, that dementia is some rough stuff.
It is.
I saw some firsthand dementia. A buddy of mine, his gal, both of the parents needed a place, so they let both of her elderly parents move in, and they both were experiencing dementia at first, and it got worse and worse, and then the wife died, and during this dementia, it was found out clearly obvious that the man had been abusive to his wife for years, and nobody knew it until the dementia came out and exposed the way that he talked to her. And then she died a year before he did. And for that entire year, every day he would wake up and ask, "Where the fuck is my wife? Where is she? Why can't I find my wife?" You know, it was awful shit to watch. You know, that was horrible to witness that.
The Notebook. Yep. That's what that's all about. Okay, you want funny? I don't know if this one will get me in trouble, but
Uh-oh.
here we go.
Stand by.
Hey, fool, I don't know if I want to do this. Bandito, what did I tell you? If you're going to be in this game, you're going to do what we say. You got that? Let's go. We got some work to do. We're going back now, Vatos.
Hello?
You better watch out.
You better not cry.
Oh, no.
Better not shout.
Why? I'm telling you why. Los Vatos are coming to town. We're making a list.
We're checking it twice. Gonna find out if you're home at night.
Los Vatos are coming to town. We know when you are sleeping. We know when you're awake. We know when you are home or not, so make sure you lock your gate. Oh, you better watch out. You better not cry. You better not shout. I'm telling you why. Los vatos are coming to town. Hey, did you like it? He said, do you like it, fool?
Well, you guys were singing about stalking me and knowing when I'm not home.
I'm just playing. Oh, it's all fun and games when Santa Claus does it, but when a vato comes around, they be tripping.
So you guys are Christmas carolers?
That's what's up, fool. We're Santa's locos.
That's neat. But I have to go.
Cholo walk, hop. Cholo walk, swing and cholo walk, lean. Swinging and leaning up bushels of fun. Now the cholo walk has begun. Cholo walk, hop. Cholo walk, swing and cholo walk, lean. Swinging and leaning, we don't even care. We're in the frosty air.
Everything okay here?
Officer, they're just Christmas carolers.
Really? Okay, that's great.
Yeah, and we actually have to go. We have to perform at the community center. That's right, fool. Yeah, remember? Yeah. Okay, peace out, vatos. Santa's locos for life. Let's go, fools. For life, fools. Touching with my homes.
Interesting choice of decorations.
Okay.
Is that too real to be funny?
I'd seen it a couple days ago. I don't know where I've seen it.
Santa's locos.
It does make me want to hear what Al was saying. Santa Claus and his old lady.
What?
You never heard that, Bonnie? Oh, now I have a request.
Oh, no. What?
Santa Claus and his old lady. Cheech and Chong.
Am I going to get in trouble for that?
Maybe. I told you I was instigating bad, you know. I've been known to do that.
They're covered.
I don't know, man. Somebody probably covered that. It's pretty famous. I'm surprised you haven't heard it. They used to play it on the radio a lot.
Yeah. There was a couple different songs like that.
Don't they say if it's older than 10 years, it's okay?
Oh,
Maybe.
it's 70s, so it's older than that.
I know, but I think it's the video.
You could probably find it where it doesn't actually have a video.
Well,
usually when I'm posting music, what I do is I'll look up the song and then I'll hit the filter and I'll go by upload date. So I get the newest one I can find, because if it's less than a year that it's been on YouTube, it probably won't have commercials. So you can get more commercial-free music if you get newer ones that were posted.
Oh, well, I got the oldest one I could find. So it's maybe not copyright.
Night, Jerry.
We'll see what happens. Night, Jerry. Thank you for coming by.
¿Dónde está Santa Claus? The vato with a bony knees, he coming down the street with no shoes on his feet, and he's going to... No, that ain't it. Mamacita, ¿dónde está Santa Claus? The guy with the hair on his jaws. Hey, man, come over here, man. I need some help, man.
Yeah, man, I can dig that. Like, what are you doing, man?
I'm trying to write a song about Santa Claus, man, but it's not coming
About
out.
who, man?
About Santa Claus, man. You know Santa Claus, man.
Oh, yeah, man. I played with those dudes, man.
What?
Yeah, last year at the Fillmore, man. Me and the bass player sat in, man.
Oh, hey, man, you think Santa Claus is a groove, huh? No, it's not a groove, man.
Would they break up, man?
No, man, it's one guy, man. You know, he had a red suit on, man, with black patent leather shoes. You know the guy, man?
Oh, yeah. He's with Motown, ain't he?
No, man.
Yeah, I
he's
played
not-
with that dude, too. Man.
No.
Yeah, he's a good singer, man.
No, hold on, man. He's not with Motown, man.
Well, then he's with Buddha, man.
Oh, man, you don't know who Santa Claus is, man.
Yeah, well, I'm not from here, man. Like, I'm from Pittsburgh, man. I don't know too many local dudes.
Oh, I see. Well, hey, man, sit back and relax, and I'll tell you the story about Santa Claus, man. Listen, once upon a time, about 5 years ago, there was this groovy dude, and his name was Santa Claus, you know? And he used to live over in the projects with his old lady. And they had a pretty good thing together because his old lady was really fine, and she could cook and all that stuff like that. You know, like she made the best brownies in town, man. Oh, I could remember them now, man. I could eat one of them, man.
Wow, did you know these people, man?
Oh, yeah, man. They used to live next door to me, you know, until they got kicked out, man.
What, they got kicked out of the projects, man?
Yeah, you know what happened, man? They used to live with all these midgets, you know? And the midgets used to make a lot of noise, you know, like pounding and hammering and pounding all night, man. Wow.
Typical freaks.
Oh, yeah, man. They were really freaks, man. As a matter of fact, they all moved up north together, you know?
Oh, they have to go get their head together, man.
Yeah, get their head together. Man. And they started a commune, you know? It was called the Santa Claus and His Old Lady commune. It was a real famous one up there, man. And they used to sit around and groove all the time, you know?
Oh, yeah?
Really good time, man.
Hey,
They used
that
to
sounds
eat
heavy.
eat the brownies, man. They drink the tea, man. And what they did most of the time, though, was make a lot of goodies, you know? And they had everything they needed. They only needed to come into town maybe once a year or something like that.
Pick up the welfare check and the food stamp.
Yeah. Man. No. What they did, man, is once a year when they made all the goodies, you know, they used to put them in a big chopping bag, and then they used to take the chopping bag and deliver them to all the boys and girls all the way around the world.
Hey, well, that's it, man.
Yeah,
That sounds
they
real
were
nice.
groovy. Oh, yeah, they were really nice people, man. And so much class, man. They had so much class, you know, like even take the way they used to deliver the toys, you know. It's like Santa Claus used to have this really sharp short, man, you know. It was lowered to the ground, had twice pipes, candy apple red, and button top. Ooh, clean.
That sounds like a hip snowmobile, man.
No, it wasn't a snowmobile. It was a sled, you know. One of those big sleds, you know. And he used to have it pulled by some reindeers, you know, like reindeers.
Some what, man?
Some reindeers, you know. He used to hook them onto the sled, and then he used to stand up inside the sled and hold onto the reins, and then call out their names like on Donner, on Blitzen, on Chewy, on Tavo, come on, Beto. And then the reindeers used to take off into the sky and fly across the sky, man.
Wow, man, that's far out, man.
Yeah, and then when they flight across the sky, they used to come down to places like Chicago, LA, Nueva York, and Pacoima, and all those places, you know, and then land on top of people's roofs. And then old Santa Claus would make himself real small, you know, like a real small guy, and he'd come down the chimney, and then he would give you all the stuff that he made, man. And dig this, man, he did it all in one night, man.
Hey, just a minute, man. Now, how'd he do that, man?
Oh, well, man, he took the freeway. How else, man?
No, man. No, man. How did he do all that other stuff, man? Like, how'd he make himself small, man? And how'd he get the reindeer off the ground, man?
Oh, well, man, he had some magic dust, man.
Some magic dust?
Yeah, magic dust. You know, he used to give a little bit to the reindeer, a little bit to Santa Claus, a little bit more for Santa Claus, a little bit more.
And this would get the reindeer off, man?
Oh, got him off, man. Are you kidding, man? They flew all the way around the world, man.
Hey, that's far out, man. Hey, how come I've never met this dude, man?
Oh man, he doesn't do that bit anymore, man. It got too dangerous.
Yeah, I
man.
can dig that, man, because that's a dangerous bit.
Yeah, let me tell you, it sure was, man. Like just 2 years ago, man, he got stopped at the border, you know, and they took him into another room and took off his clothes, man, and searched him and searched his bag of goodies, man. And then when he was leaving, man, he was flying through the air. Somebody took a shot at his reindeer, you know.
Oh, that's a drag.
Yeah, it really was, man. And then, man, he went down south, man, and they tried to cut off his hair and his beard, man. And all the time he was getting stopped and pulled over and asked for his ID, man. Just everywhere he went, he ran into too much recession, man.
No, man, you mean he ran into too much repression, man.
Repression, recession, man. It's all the same thing, man.
Yeah, man. It's a drag, man, because we could sure use a dude like that right now.
Oh, well, he still comes around, man.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, but he comes in disguises now.
Oh, he went underground.
Yeah, underground, man.
Yeah, I can dig it.
Yeah, but you want to see his disguise, man. Nobody would ever know it was him, man.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's got a job in front of the department store, ringing this bell and playing this tambourine next to this black pot, you know?
Oh, I seen the dude.
Yeah,
man.
you know who I'm talking about, man.
Man.
Yeah.
I played with that cat last year, man.
What?
Yeah, we played in front of a store, man. We made a lot of
Oh,
bread,
hey,
man.
wait a minute, man. Santa Claus is not a musician, man.
I'm hip, man. That cat didn't know any tunes, man.
Oh, hey, wait a minute, man. No, he's not into that at all, man.
No, I played with this dude.
Are you sure, man?
I'm positive.
Thank you, Bonnie. Even if Kiss Off didn't like it, I did.
And I don't know how I watched Up in Smoke. It's the only one I remember. But I know I was laughing the whole time. Come on, man. Mm.
In the 70s, they had an album called Big Bamboo. And it was $6 a shot at Kmart, something like that. And we would go up there. We must have done this dozens of times just to get the album, because you could open up the album and it would have a rolling paper twice the size of an album. So you could literally roll a quarter pound of weed in one paper, all rice paper, a good rolling paper. And you could sit there and smoke a monster doobie. But nowadays they're like $50 a paper. If the album's got the paper in it still, they sell for like $50 a piece.
Goodness. It's ridiculous. So did you see this question for you?
I don't know that he was there. As far as I know, it's a newer person to me. And it's hard to keep track because I know like 4 hillbillies already on YouTube, and I know like 2, 3 of them in real life. There's a lot of hillbillies in the world. And I remember distinctly seeing in one of our like 100-year-old dictionaries, the original definition of a hillbilly was a Michigan farmer in the Webster's Dictionary 100 years ago. That's another one of them words I think that got changed around.
Here's G-Mo's Christmas song. Can it be? Oh my goodness. I don't think I can share that, Gma.
What in the world? Now I gotta know what it was.
Well, it's a song, but it's well at first I thought she was laying in a coffin, but it's not. But
I laid in a coffin a whole 2 nights once.
I'm keeping it because I like her.
It's for a haunted house. It was a real coffin.
I'll put it in your chat. So that's where I'm putting it in mine. And then you can listen to it.
Well, I can't grab anything out of the chat until I leave.
No, and I know. I put it in your Facebook
Oh,
chat.
all right. Thank you.
Cop says to cheat. You've been drinking, your eyes are bloodshot. Cheats to cop. You've been eating donuts, your eyes are glazed.
Monty, what's up, brother?
Hey, Mom.
Do you know, Bonnie, one night, Monty told me, he said, I got this channel, I just want to blow it up, man. And I'm like, what do you mean? He says, let's do a live on it and just do music. I don't care how many copyrights I get. We sat there for the better part of a day playing nothing but music on his live stream. And at the end of it, he had something like 57 copyright strikes on one live stream.
Oh my goodness. Strike.
Yeah.
Dang. They take him down?
What was that, Bonnie?
They take him down?
I don't remember. I don't think he has that channel anymore. I think that's why he's number 2 now.
There is one. It's okay. This is cool. It's not funny or and I'm not going to shut the whole thing. So, where'd it go?
It was fun, Bonnie.
Flesh eating bacteria. I don't think I'm on the right. Yes, I am. What? Okay. Oh, I need to clean up my email.
Yeah, I didn't even know you were supposed to do that. That's probably why I got so much trouble with my old emails. I never cleaned it out, and it's got like 9 million emails in there for the last 15, 20 years. I didn't know I had to clean it out.
Okay, let me.
Bite me. What's up, Moon?
And y'all probably seen this one too, but I just thought it was so cool. I would totally do this. Okay. I think I got it where I want it because I'm not showing the whole thing. And will bite me. I've seen bite me before.
All right. I'm going to let the cat out of the bag for you because I know it's confusing, but I've seen it too. A long time ago, I think it was Rescue's Chat. Moose changed his name to Bite Me so he could greet Kiss Off, and so they would go back and forth, just kiss off, bite me, kiss off, bite me. I think that was what the whole game was.
Okay. So these kids, these 4 young men, decided to decorate their trucks for Christmas. And so this is what they look like.
Holy smokes. This is crazy.
That might be the best Christmas display I've ever seen.
Yeah. And so so they go to cruise around. Let me get to it right here. And everybody's loving it because it's Christmas and how
Oh
much.
no, you're gonna tell me they got pulled over or something, aren't you?
I need to mute it. Can't play the music.
They're gonna get pulled over, aren't they?
One of them does. They did 2 trucks like this. And I think Victor was the one that got pulled over. And so the police ripped the lights off of it. They had them taped on, ripped it all off. And so they were like pretty bummed.
You're a mean one, Mr. Grinch. Yeah, that's not. We can't have any fun anymore, you know.
Exactly. And so, and they had spent like $400 worth of lights on each truck. And so
if anything, that would help visibility. You know what I mean?
yes, they were very bright. Then the disaster struck. And they didn't get a video of the whole thing. You can see he's kind of upset.
Merry Christmas, Mom.
So when I saw the video, and that's what all the comments were like, are you kidding me? These guys were not doing anything harmful. We're not doing anything. It was just a cop on a bad day, whatever his excuse was, whatever. And so the other one, he was allowed to keep his, well, he didn't get pulled over. And he said he was going to drive until he did, just like that, through Christmas. And so then in the comments, I told the one, I said, if, you know, if you still have the lights, I don't know if the police confiscated them, but it'd be really nice for you to like decorate somebody's tree or house that's less fortunate or disabled. No, there's things you could do because they couldn't take them back. They bought them all at Walmart. They had to go to a couple of different ones to get all the lights they needed. But I just thought it was really cool that they did that. And then too bad that they got, the one truck got pulled over. They made absolute sure that the headlights weren't covered. It wasn't interfering with anything on the vehicle. The license plate was showing everything.
Yeah, they don't let you get away with much fun anymore.
Nope. Yes, it is destroying private property. A boy in North Georgia went for a walk. Landed his mother in jail. What?
It's all messed up. I just saw something in the news yesterday. A lady called the police on a squatter illegally staying on her property, and she ended up being the one handcuffed.
Oh my goodness. John got pulled over for it being around his license plate. Said it was a distraction. See, I remember when you would see all these vehicles with the light up underneath it, and it would be shining down on the road. And I was like, I so want that. Because for one, you're standing out. Nobody's going to hit you because they can see you better, I think. Look at these rigs that they have lights just all over them. I don't know. But I don't see those vehicles with those lights underneath anymore. I wonder if they banned that.
Well, they do it, but they have it where they can turn them off because they're not allowed everywhere.
That is crazy. You can't even call it light pollution because it's pointing at the road. Yes, Gma, there you go. Okay. A boy in North Georgia went for a walk and his mother in jail. See if I can find it.
Again, police departments were meant to serve and protect. Now they fee and fine.
Control.
Right? It's all about money. All right. They have a quota to fill. They have a department to feed. It's all about money, and that's what's wrong about it. You know, it's just like the medical system being all about profit, not empathy. It's not serving its original cause.
Whoa. It must be this one. Sorry. Yeah, they serve and protect the politician. Okay, here's this one John is talking about. I think this is it.
A mother of four, shocked to be arrested in front of her children.
It was anger and frustration, of course, because my children were having to witness that.
All because her then 10-year-old son was spotted walking alone in Mineral Bluff, Georgia, a town with a population of about 370.
It's really not even a town, hardly. It's not a super dangerous or even dangerous at all stretch of road.
Brittany Patterson lives less than a mile from town with her father and children. On October 30th of this year, she had to take her eldest son to a medical appointment. Her youngest son, Soren, didn't want to come, she said, so she left him at home. Then she received a call from a police officer.
So when you got that phone call from the police officer saying, hey, do you know your kid is in town? What did you think?
I said no. I didn't know he was in town. I was not expecting them to say that, but I wasn't terrified for him or scared for his safety.
The police officer drove Soren home, she says, and made it clear it was problematic. Brittany didn't know where Soren was. At that point, Brittany thought the ordeal was over until officers showed up that evening to arrest her.
They asked me to put my hands behind my back and all that stuff, and I realized what was going on.
Brittany was taken to county jail, booked, and then released on $500 bail. She's now facing a misdemeanor charge of reckless conduct. The arrest warrant saying she, quote, knowingly did endanger the bodily safety of her juvenile son. If found guilty, she could face up to 1 year in prison and a $1,000 fine. The DA's office didn't provide us with a comment. Local police declined to issue a statement, and we did not hear back from Child Services. Prosecutors asking Brittany to sign a safety plan before they'd consider dropping the charges, according to her lawyer.
We want to witness you downloading the app, GPS app to your son's phone. Okay. And then you've got to check on where he is. Really? And he's got to let you or grandma know where he is at all times.
But Brittany and her attorney are unwilling to accept this deal.
This is not right. I did nothing wrong. And I'm going to fight for that.
The story is striking a nerve as technology inundates our lives, giving parents more control over their children. So how much freedom should kids still get?
Like, are all parents going to have to put GPS on their child?
And when I asked about the law in Georgia, when it comes to kids being able to be on their own,
That parents get to decide for their children unless it is unreasonably dangerous.
and Brittany agrees, it should be a personal decision.
You know, part of it is knowing your neighborhood and knowing your area and what your level of comfortability is with each child.
An assessment Brittany made about Soren and hopes the DA will as well.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or follow us on social media.
That's BS. You know what? And that's so I remember the thing with the babysitting was the same way. Whenever you thought your child was old enough to babysit, they could start babysitting. But I have seen now where if a, I don't know, 13, 14-year-old is babysitting the siblings, I've seen the parents get in trouble. And that makes no sense to me because I started babysitting when I was 10, just in the neighborhood. I mean, I wasn't too far from home or anything, but even with my kids, because they're so spread apart, when my daughter wouldn't go to school, I was like, okay, if you're not going to school, you're not working, you're going to babysit so I can work and not have to pay childcare, right? Fair. And she was like 14 whenever I had her babysitting. And so I even took her to a class for babysitting. And they teach you basic first aid, all this stuff, choking, whatever. And it was still like, it was fine. It was fine with everybody. Any of the kids that were going to babysit, I made them take the babysitting class. But now the law has just flipped upside down. It just amazes me. Yeah, Al, exactly. We used to ride our bikes. Oh my gosh. All over the place. My mother never would have known where I was.
Yeah.
Well,
Growing up the first 9 years of my life, I didn't have much restraint. I could go as far as I wanted. I had woods galore, swamps and lakes and rivers and endless places to go. You know, it was in the city is when they tried to like make me stay home. And that didn't work too well.
yeah. And shoot, I don't know what I was fixing to say. Oh, you didn't do it. It's my dang mind didn't work sometimes.
The government got, I mean, law enforcement used to have like reasonable suspicion to pull you over and stuff. And they've been given so many, I don't know, it's not an easy way to say it, but there's so much law now that allows them to go into people's lives. You know, the state can get involved, child protective services, all this crap can alter an entire family's course. And I know it was originally designed to help people and to prevent abuse and but it's been manipulated and used for other purposes as well. And it's really just the state has too much control in people's lives, and they shouldn't have that type of control.
It's the same thing with that was it a Lloydale title that I was reading last night? It's when it says all the government owns every bit of the land, maybe the birth certificates or what they are saying, they own all the people also. You know how they've been saying that? I don't
Yeah.
know. And so the government thinks that they own your children. I think once you get them a social security number,
I've
that's
heard
it.
that said, the birth certificate and the social security, that they are automatically worth a certain amount.
Yeah. And that's what we've got to stand up to.
People have been deceived and cheated for so long, somebody needs to stand up above everybody else with authority and tell everyone what really is going on.
Sheriff, there you go. I've been playing phone tag with mine. We can't seem to get it together. He wants to talk at 8 o'clock in the morning. Well, I'm not awake.
It's only 6 hours from now.
Yeah. So I call him back afternoon and he doesn't answer. There goes more silence.
That one earlier was bad.
Was it really bad?
They shouldn't have put pictures on the internet.
They put pictures?
Yes.
And there was fatalities.
So it said, because of the severity of this incident, we are not posting more information. And then a local EMT or ex-EMT was like, because of the severity, this photo should not have been on here. Family does not need to see this. It's ugly. And I still can't figure out how it happened. Like, that's the part I would.
Was it at the light again?
No, it was down that county road loop from 290 to the next town. I don't know who all you have up here.
Everybody, we're live.
Hi, y'all.
Hey.
Sorry to disturb that horrible accident.
My daughter just got home. So apparently one of the accidents was really, really bad and they posted pictures.
Yeah, that's a no-no.
Yep.
I thought it was illegal.
Well, I think people can be sued probably for it.
Who posted the pictures?
The local VFD.
Oh, the fire department.
Uh-huh.
Oh.
I was
That's not
really
good.
sure that it was illegal for them to do that.
Hi, Bonnie's rotten brat. D-Dogs, saying hello to you. Do you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
D-Dog said hello, Bonnie's rotten brat.
I'm not the rottenest, but hello.
Pretty close lately.
Oh, well.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to y'all. Did y'all get to see the lights off the carriage?
You can
Yep.
if it doesn't show the head. Kiss off said. Because she was always with the fire department.
There was no people in the pictures, just their vehicles.
Oh.
But if you work very locally, you recognize vehicles and know who it was. I hate finding out on social media about.
Was it locals?
I don't know.
Oh.
I was like, I don't recognize the vehicle, but I haven't worked in that area in a while.
So several years ago, there was a group of kids, I think it was graduation night. They were going around to all the parties, graduation parties, and went to the next town over, partied there. We're coming back on a back road, hit a tree, and one fatality. And the parents, well, the family of the boy that was killed was not contacted. She went into work. She worked with my son at the processing plant. She went into work and they were all in tears, and they looked at her in shock that she was at work and didn't even know what to say to her at first. And then one of the girls that was closest to her, she said, "Hun, you don't have to be at work." And she said, "Well, why wouldn't I be at work?" She had no clue that her son had passed. No DPS, no anybody had contacted her. It was horrible. And the pictures, how everybody knew about it was because it was all over Facebook. Except for her, because she wasn't on Facebook. So I can see why no pictures. I understand what my daughter's saying, because we do know vehicles. Even if it's just the vehicles they're taking pictures of.
That's how I've always known how to have somebody's order ready before they walk in the door.
Mm-hmm.
Car
Do what?
car wrecks are ugly enough without knowing the people involved.
I know it. And we just have too dang many.
Nope, got the train coming. Kiss off.
Right.
Oh, he's hauling something heavy coming out of Canada. Yeah, this one's going to be a ground shaker.
Mm-hmm. Got my first gun. Walked out of Western Auto with a 22 off 15 bells. Right, chessboard.
That train has 5 engines on the front.
Dang. Yeah, it was kind of weird, but I had trains at that one place we stayed at. There's a lot of train tracks in East Texas. I was really surprised because we just don't have them around here.
I haven't seen any garbage, Double Dog. I see some type of vehicle frame. Many of them. I see a lot of wood and construction supplies, gypsum, and a lot of chemical.
A lot of chemical.
Yeah.
Mm.
That's been usual for forever though. It's I don't know why, but the Canadian Railroad owns everything here railroad wise in this part. There's
Yeah.
Canadian railroad cops on the railroads here. There's certain amounts of land that are controlled by Canada around the railroad tracks.
Weird. And the Canadians say that Warren Buffett owns the trains in Canada.
Well, it's a highly policed route, I'll tell you that. People get in trouble for being near the tracks.
Oh my goodness. There was just a train crash in Pecos, Texas.
Well, if there's ever a train crash here, I'm probably going to be the first to know.
Oh, y'all like those ghost stories? There is this train track in San Antonio that a school bus of kids were killed on.
That's when they started requiring every service vehicle to stop, whether
Yeah,
the train's coming or not.
that's why the buses have to stop whether the train's coming or not. Yeah, when I was driving the school bus, had to stop at every train track and make sure it was clear.
That's
And-
a good call because just a couple months ago, the gates were failing here. They had to have a bunch of police officers guarding the gates that weren't working.
Yes, and that's exactly what can happen, malfunction, whatever. But if you go to those train tracks and you put baby powder on the back of your car and you park on the train tracks and then go and look at the back of your car and there's little handprints on it.
You hear that train still going by. That's why I had 5 engines. It's loaded. It's got to be a mile long one.
Hmm.
If it could be in a tent.
That's in, you can look that one up. That one's in the books. With the handprints on the cars.
If your car stalls
There's
out.
a place here in Michigan called Dunn's Tomb in Lakeville, Michigan that I grew up by it. And that's one of the common stories. And you can find them on the internet. But people who park near the cemetery, when they leave their vehicle, they come back and there's little children's handprints all over their cars. And there's a lot of kids buried there. And Dunn's Tomb itself is a tomb dug into the side of a hill. So it's got a fancy, wall and doors that now they're locked up. But when I was young, they weren't kept locked. And it was like a little mausoleum in there. And everybody, was scared to death of that place. And that was one of the first places I ever spent the night alone to see a ghost. All right. That's where I'm going to see it. That's where I'm going to go. And I spent, I don't know how many nights there alone and never saw a single thing.
Don't talk to me like that. I tried.
In Germany, if the military damaged a tree, they got paid for the tree. And generations of saplings and fruits are fruits.
Oh, I believe it. I knew a guy that was he was in Hell on Wheels, 2nd Armored Division, stationed in Germany. And they drove tanks downtown German towns. And our government would have to pay for the rock pavers that the tanks would crumble under. Some of them apparently very old roads made of rock that the U.S. military, when they drove their stuff on them, would damage.
Yep. But Al, you are so appreciated. I'm glad I come before laundry.
Yep, John, I heard stories about that. I even heard a story about they clipped one of them really old buildings. We're talking 500-year-old buildings or something in Europe.
Oh my
Here
goodness.
comes the U.S. Army. Oops.
And the Army pays for the damages?
Well, taxpayers pay for it,
Right.
basically.
Hmm.
That's true. Although everybody is dying to get in the cemetery.
Should I worry about my eye?
Oh my goodness. Here we go.
Let me see it. Is it worse or
It looks bruised the fuck up.
it looks better than it did earlier? The swelling's gone down.
It's more brown than it was yesterday.
Did you accidentally hit yourself in the eye?
No,
I did that all the time.
Did you get that glue in it?
I hope not.
Well, she said the eyeball isn't irritating her. It's just the eyelid is itchy.
There's a bag over there with mask and painter's tape.
I'm not worried about that right now. I'm worried about when the fuck, like, what the hell to do about my eye.
Did you put a cold wash rag on it?
No.
Okay, that always helps. Just put something cool on it.
Cool. Okay. Don't
Yes.
wear contacts anymore.
No.
Well, yeah, I would probably put glasses on for the day.
Sorry. She kind of spazzes out when something's going on with her.
Well, you could always be like, "Oh my God, you're gonna lose an eye. We got to get you to the hospital, emergency."
Oh God, no!
You
Because
not
I would.
wanna fuck that one up.
Yeah, it would turn.
None of us would sleep for a few days.
Yeah, she would be on top of me. Like, I'm gonna die.
But offer to take her to the ER. Nope.
No, she waits till 3, 4 o'clock in the morning when you're sleeping, and now take me to the ER.
28 days, so.
I'm going to be cremated and thrown in Hell's Canyon. Oh my goodness, too.
Yep, gotta amputate now.
Not an eyelid. That would be horrible. So I didn't know about this yesterday. Apparently it was worse yesterday. But she has some of the weirdest things happen to her, though. There was something months ago where the backs of her legs were like just all red and broke out. It really looked bad. And she does have a tendency to get staph for some reason. Maybe because she's a redhead. Sensitive, pale skin. I don't know. I don't know what it is.
I break out in strange hives all the time.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not gonna riot because no, there may be some isolated incidents, but everybody knows that we way outnumber them now. There's not this media cloud trying to hide our numbers and the truth. The veil's been lifted. We're not gonna fall for that shit.
When she broke out with that rash, we think it was an allergic reaction to chemicals. She was working with some chemicals that she wasn't used to.
Or the vines.
Oh, that's right. That's
She's
when she
working
was
the
stomping the
winery,
grapes.
yeah.
Yes.
And she was harvesting.
Yeah. And harvesting the grapes. So it's probably the grapevines.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now I recall.
Well, it's gone now. I mean, she went to the doctor for that and got the medicine. But So Jake put out a really good video of his first aid bag.
I seen
Well,
that.
I put it on my community page too. Yeah. There was a couple of things that he mentioned that I don't have, and I was like, oh, I need to get
He's
that.
got a nice kit. He does.
Yeah. I didn't know they made a clotting agent. And so that's
There's
one
a
that
couple, there's a couple kinds, but they're not even that expensive.
yeah, that's what he was saying. Most of the stuff he had in there was didn't cost much. I didn't think about the pain meds. I mean, I have like Tylenol and stuff like that, but there was a couple of things I added to my list to get for mine. It doesn't kiss off, does it? Whoever thought we'd be worrying about a medical bag and tourniquets and suturing, surgical tools, all that.
Well, I've been doing that for 40 something years.
Yeah.
I think she's
Well, that's about when I started on my medical kit.
She's flipping out on the phone with somebody. Flashback.
That's lucky.
Museums. Yeah.
I forgot my best friend's birthday.
I have to go to
Wayne, Wayne, I got a bottle of Mercurochrome. Remember that? I've got a vintage bottle of Mercurochrome from the 60s. The real shit.
monkey blood.
It's a little tiny bottle. I got it out of a vintage first aid kit, but it's a little itty bitty bottle of it. I just keep it because that, memories.
Right.
We go back and forth with this thing.
That used to be a cure-all thing too.
It,
Coke and
I
Cola.
don't know of anything that stung more. All right, you could have a little scratch, and if your parents put that stuff on you, it was hello scratch. You felt it. I think it burned all the bacteria out of you.
Gmo said lime, the fruit, rub in the citrus. It has enzymes that stop the painful itches.
On her eyelid?
No, I don't think I'd put lime on her eyes.
I was like, I'll go try it out. I got some limes with my dinner tonight.
But like when you get the welts,
like hives and stuff.
Yeah, put the
I'll
lime
try
on
it
it.
out. I'm a mosquito magnet.
What's that song go?
Summertime.
Put the lime in the cup. Drink it all. Hot water, cold water, ice.
I told her to wash it with water, like let the water flow through it in case she got dirt in it or something.
You see how sometimes comments go together? Al Bundy says lime and tequila, and then right after that, Gmail's like, on your body.
Yes.
Now Wayne's saying water's dirty.
Well, around here, yeah, probably so.
I mean, no, I'm just saying, sometimes you read comment after comment and they go, are those supposed to be together?
Yeah.
Well, the last
I don't
post.
understand Kiss Off's comment. But
The last thing I read online was if your ex was on fire, what would you use to put him out? And then y'all started saying like iodine and all this other stuff. I was like, yeah, there's some
I thought you were gonna say gasoline.
That's what
a lot of
thought.
people were saying gasoline. I say Wild Turkey 101, Bacardi 151, Rumple Mints.
Benjamin's singing it now too.
If you got a couple gallons of that 151, you take it and you cut a little hole in a watermelon and let it soak in there for a whole day. That's good stuff.
Oh yeah, that's a party favor around here.
Yeah.
That's the best thing I know to do with rum.
Yeah. Jello shots. Fruits. Soaked. Yeah.
Can you get drunk on Jello shots before you throw up?
Actually, the purpose of Jello shots is to have as little alcohol content without people realizing it's such little alcohol content.
Oh.
That way you can sell them for like $1 or $2 and not lose out.
And what did you ask, Carl?
I just wondered if you could get drunk on Jello shots before you threw up. I mean, because it would take hundreds of those to get drunk, wouldn't it?
Yes.
But for a house party, they do use Everclear in them, and yeah, you're gonna get your. But shoot, just Jello makes me throw up. Ooh.
Just Jello makes her throw up.
She sounds fun at a party.
Oh, she can drink.
No, not anymore. My
Yeah.
tolerance has gone to nothing.
Hmm. Last night I must have drank 18 beers. Goodness, Al. You said you were
18 beers?
a little tipsy.
I used to could do that.
Mature Crown. Dad drank it in his water. They told him it would cure his lung cancer, and he, oh my goodness.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever heard of anybody drinking mercurochrome. I know they used to use mercury for treatments and stuff, which was not a good thing. I mean, it was a bad idea.
No.
Yeah, mercury poison's almost like signs of severe autism. And
Yeah, mercury messes
Parkinson's.
with your brain.
That's a
Too much
highly
mercury. That's why you can't eat
neurological-
fish all the time. And so, why is that? If during Jesus' times they lived on fish,
It depends on where your fish is from.
I'm pretty sure the earth was less polluted back then.
I told you about that documentary I watched. SeaWorld's rejected dolphins got butchered and sold in their markets as meat. Then kids had major issues
oh my
from the
gosh.
mercury poisoning.
I don't think it was a whole lot better, 200 years ago, for instance, because I've seen all kinds of different bottles and medicines and stuff, like they call them bitters and remedies, and they were pretty much just some dude in the basement come up with some concoction and sold it to the public as a cure-all. There was all kinds of that going on, and they were mixing stuff you shouldn't ingest into them. So I think it's been a medical system. I wouldn't have trusted it back then either.
Mm-mm. No, no way. And that's the way I am, Echo. If I get iodine, if I just touch, if it's fried, if I just touch that, I instantly just swell up, turn purple. It's iodine is, and so I keep seeing these doctors saying iodine deficiency is so deadly, this, that, and I'm like, no, I guess that's how I'm gonna go, whatever.
Aren't they rude?
Yeah,
They can be.
what?
The
Rude.
train, aren't they rude?
No, yeah. Mm. I don't know about amputations. It's,
Your feet are close to me.
Did you hear about the guy that was a TikTok guy that was spraying bug poison on food and videotaped it?
no.
They caught him. They caught him. He was busted. There's like $1 million worth of food had to be replaced in the store because he was spraying poison on people's food.
Oh my goodness.
Please tell me that was very, 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 very far from here.
His heart exploded. Oh goodness.
I had little bottles of mercury. Whenever somebody would break a thermometer, I would keep the mercury, and I used to have a little bottle of it. I don't even know what I did with it.
I swear
Growing up.
I had to have swallowed some. I had a thermometer break in my mouth twice.
Quit biting it so hard.
It wasn't me biting it. The first one was Tammy's daughter jumped on me and broke it. And I was laying down and jumped up. I was like, I was more worried about the glass. I didn't know anything about the mercury then. And the second time,
There's this, it's like the Great Pyramid of China, and it's one of the emperors of China from, a long time ago. But in his pyramid, underneath of it, it's said to have a massive tomb that in the ceiling of his tomb there were rare gems and all kinds of, diamonds or whatever. But there was a depiction of all of his land. All the land he was controlling was depicted with a mercury ocean, mercury rivers, all these things scaled down to mimic his kingdom. And apparently, like thousands of gallons of mercury were collected to do his tomb. So now that it's old and decrepit and stuff, it's likely just polluted with mercury and stuff.
my goodness.
I believe it's the same tomb where they found the terracotta army. Have you ever seen that? Where they found buried this life-size, depiction of an entire army, hundreds of soldiers, cavalry, all of them, and each face on each terracotta statue, I guess you'd call it, is different. So it was actually, they were made to resemble the actual warriors, but it was all made for his funeral and then all buried near his tomb.
You know, seem to have been really into those. There's a mountain with, they're supposed to be like soldiers, but for some reason they whacked their heads off and ground them up. And where was that at? That I was hearing about that.
Yeah, I don't do that, Wayne. In fact, it was a few years ago. I get my burger from a local market. It's local farm burger, and I can get venison and elk and buffalo, all kinds of cool stuff there. But we got a package. We're doing a little barbecue together, and he got a package of regular Walmart burger, and I had that farm fresh burger, and they looked completely different, and they
Mm-hmm.
cooked completely different. And he had a whole bunch of grease left over, and there was no grease in mine. You know, it was like, yeah, I ain't eating that stuff. That's really weird looking meat.
Yes. That's what my daughter was saying. Something about the color of the meat. And I said, that's because it's real meat. Whenever I get meat at the processing plant where my son is, it is a different color than what you would buy in the store. It's just completely different.
Well, I guess if you never had nothing to compare it to, you wouldn't notice. But when you compare them, that's a vast difference.
Mm-hmm. And so is the taste.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's like I've been buying organic bananas and organic milk because I tried them and it was like, oh my God, that's what it tasted like when I was growing up. That's what milk's supposed to taste like. You know, same thing with the bananas. Now I can't eat the other things.
Yeah. But you got to be careful with the organics too sometimes because they just say that.
Well, they smell right. They taste way better, you know, so it's like
Mm-hmm.
the other ones all taste fake now, you know.
Yeah.
But it's not cheap. It's fucking, you know, usually twice as much or more.
Who? Campbell's cream mushroom soup is yellow now.
Yeah, it's there's things like that all the time, you know. Hey, you want to try that? I haven't had one of these in 30 years. Somebody will give me some product I haven't tried in years, and it tastes strange, man. It doesn't taste anything like I remember. Some kind of like little chemical taste to it, or maybe it tastes like packaging or something, you know. It's like, this isn't how I remembered it. I don't like those anymore.
Hmm. I don't think I've ever had elk. Can we get
It's pretty
that?
good. It's pretty good. I've not got one myself, but I've eaten other people's elk meat, and so far that's been pretty good.
I don't even think we have elk in Texas
That's
unless it's private.
yeah, the high game fences where you cannot hunt,
Yes.
or else you can go to an exotic hunt and you pay $3,000.
No.
There's got to be somewhere around. I mean, they call everything Elk Stop, Elk Diner. Yeah, primarily in West Texas.
West Texas.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
I'm not surprised. Texas has everything. You drive far enough.
Somewhere.
I just know all the guys here like to go hunting in Colorado. That's the place to go. Seems to be.
Big herd sheep.
Yeah, that's for other kind of game. But I think the bigger sized elk also.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to drag one, Wayne. What's up, Lily?
Bison and squirrels. Hey, Lily.
I could eat venison burger every day for the rest of my life and not have a problem with I really like venison burger, and I don't put nothing on it. I actually just put the patty on the bread and eat it just like that. Don't use ketchups and mustards and like that.
Try it with some A1.
No, anything a slice of cheese, baby, but I don't put anything on it. I like it the way it is.
See, I've got my kids hooked on A1 too.
It gets so good on like everything.
I get it. I know. I used to use stuff like that, but
Rescue would disagree too. He's like, if you have to put A1 on it, it ain't no good.
Well, that's what people say. I had a manager of a restaurant come out and ask me if something was wrong with my steak. And I was like, no, it's actually very good steak.
Hey, Scat Pack, good to see you.
But I do like to dip every few pieces into some A1. Just
So
makes it that much better.
Bacon makes everything better.
That is the truth as well.
That's another thing I got at the processing plant is tallow.
Beef tallow.
Beef tallow.
Well, you normally get beef tallow.
You know what that is?
well, tallow, all right, like it's like venison. You can cook venison up and you won't have grease to drain because it's tallow. But beef, it could produce a lot of enough grease that you could pour it off, or even like bacon or whatever. But tallow doesn't produce the same type of oils. So I know it's fat basically.
Yes,
Yeah.
like lard,
It's what's rendered off.
but better.
Better for you, apparently. That's what they say. I don't know. They say all different kinds of things. I don't know what to believe. Through my life alone, I remember eggs are good for you, eggs are bad for you, eggs are good for you, eggs are bad for you, eggs are, I mean, they go back and forth on that, a lot of it. Meanwhile, I know an 85-year-old man who's eating eggs and bacon and toast and, every morning of his life, and he's still out there doing it. So
Yeah. Merry Christmas, Rex. Haven't seen you in a minute.
howdy, Rex.
My goodness, Al. Yeah. When my mother went to a nutritionist, and that had to be in like the 70s, something like that. She went on a health food kick after doing that, after listening to her. And so the thing with the eggs, if you're eating the whole egg, the biotin in the white counters whatever it is in the yolk. As long as you're eating the whole egg, they are healthy.
And yet nowadays everybody's on an egg white kick. And I have no clue how to separate the white from the yolk.
I used to eat a lot of raw eggs. I'd just grab a bunch of eggs and I'd break them on my teeth in one motion, just swallow the rest of the egg, and I'd be on my way. I used to eat a lot of raw eggs. Nowadays, I wouldn't trust them unless I got them from a farmer that I trusted,
Yeah. Yes, Al, with buttered toast to sop it up.
Mhm.
I like over easy too.
Sometimes it depends on the mood I'm in, but
Did you drink some water?
I really like the runny yolk. We used
I
to.
like dipping
We
my
would-
bacon and toast in it,
When we were kids, Mama taught us we thought it was milkshakes. And you take milk and you put a little bit of sugar, a raw egg, and vanilla. And you have to stir it with a fork. But even, I don't care how much you stir it, that egg's still going to be stringy, slimy, whatever. So you just gulp it down real quick. And it was so good. And we were getting major protein drinks is what we, and didn't even know it.
You guys just made me hungry. I don't have no vanilla wafers.
And that's what I'm sitting here munching.
They know.
I know they can probably hear me.
Oh, I got something. I've got those dollar store Girl Scout cookie copies. You ever get those mint ones? They're the mint chocolate ones.
The Thin Mints.
Yeah, the thin mints. Those are good for the price. I mean, they're like a
They are.
fraction.
They're extraordinarily close, for sure.
And they're almost always sold out. You're lucky to find a box of those.
See, Cheryl makes the snow ice cream too.
Snow ice cream?
Hmm?
Oh.
Yeah, y'all have only had it a couple of times.
Yeah, I've
in your
only
life.
seen snow a couple times.
I had some kind of, shouldn't say me, I think it was one of my older sisters that had it, and it just ended up being in the house, but it was some kind of an ice cream maker
Mm-hmm.
when I was a kid. It was, it looked like a ice bucket or something with clamps on it.
Yep. Had a bar across the top.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what we always used. You fill the outside of it with ice and rock salt. And then you have one of the kids sit on top of it while you crank it.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Yep. Made the best ice cream you ever tasted.
I did have grandpa's.
They don't make those anymore, do they?
Well,
No.
now you can plug them in and they do it automatically, but they look almost the same.
Yeah, they all like the peach ice cream.
I don't like peaches.
But I didn't like peaches, and so
There's so many peaches thrown in it.
I would do it with cherries or
Strawberries.
yeah.
Oh, you had to put that one. You gotta say.
Yep, it did. Motorized for less elbow grease. That's it.
We didn't have one, but I remember somebody had I think it was a snowman that made snow cones. Shaved the ice, and then you'd add the flavor to it.
Yes, I've
Little
seen.
paper.
Yeah, nothing better than homemade butter. Mm.
I'm sure you cooked with just a light bulb before with your easy bake oven, huh?
Yep. You know, I don't think I had one, but I think my best friend did. Because I remember helping do that. And so then when my girls were born, or were little, I got them an easy bake oven. And my son was all excited. He was the one wanting to bake in the easy bake oven.
Was that what that was called, Rex? Was Mr. Frosty that snow cone maker?
Heavy cream in a mixer will get your butter.
Yeah, I've done that. It's a lot of work, actually.
Hmm.
It takes a lot of time to make churn butter. I got the full tour of a large dairy operation when I was young, and that was one of the things you got to do. You're actually doing their work for them, but you're a kid and you're not supposed to know that.
Mount Rushmore. Hmm. Yeah, I miss the old ways of doing a lot of things. I miss having a clothesline. I love when my clothes hang outside in the sun.
I have a good length of paracord I use only for that, Bonnie. You could get some parachute cord and use a clothesline anytime you want.
Mm-hmm.
This time of year, I got to hang my clothes inside to dry 'em.
Yeah. Well, that's a good idea. That's what I'll save those little ones. At that Dollar Tree, they had little, I don't know how long they are, paracord. Of course, they had them in different colors. And I grabbed a couple of them and I was like, the bracelets. But that would be really good to have.
Good thing about it, you can tie it really tight.
Yes. But if the power goes out and it's cold outside, stick them in the house. Put one of those up across the bedroom or bathroom. Because my bathroom's huge. And I always have clothespins. That's just something I always have. I don't know why. Well, because you can use them to seal the chip bags or whatever. Clothespins are always handy for something.
I never use clothespins. And if you lay your clothes over the line, you'll get a wrinkle there. But before they dry all the way, you move them, straighten them out, and hang them back, then you don't have that problem.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Still hasn't rained over 6 months. That's a long time. What, Lack, you still with us?
I think he's been asleep for at least a half hour.
I think so too.
No, I've just been listening, been cleaning and shifting some stuff around.
Oh, cool.
You know, pre-Christmas cleanup.
Right on. Clean up an area to make another mess.
Exactly.
Or you could get really good at stacking. With me, it's piles.
I never let my laundry go that far because if I do, then it's a lot of laundry. So I try to keep up on it. You know, put my winter clothes away, use only the summer clothes. Yeah, I like to keep up on that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And if you only own one of everything, like one pot, one skillet, one cup, one spoon, you're gonna wash that because you won't be able to use it next time till you wash it. So it's a lot easier to keep up on.
True.
Al says I'm a caveman. He's not too far from the truth up here. I think I'm going feral, Al.
Where do you see that? Get off. Off. Do not see that comment.
It was a little while ago, but he said it.
Hmm. I try to do the same with dishes. Try. Yeah.
I think he said it when I was talking about raw eggs.
Oh. What is it? I'll see it. Oh shoot. It's been 4 hours. We done. Running out of things to talk about.
You want to talk about Army surplus?
No. And Al says, I have such a blast here. I'm glad. Oh, there was one more. Okay, wait. I think there was one more. It was like in a, okay, that was the whopping truck's gone wrong. Did that.
I guess if I had a gas Echo, I could carve a new spoon.
Did that. Oh, goodness. The twerking grandma. The dog. Another twerking grandma. I'm getting rid of
They don't
the.
want you to end it yet, Bonnie.
I'm keeping that. Do I?
They don't want you to end it yet.
Okay.
Gotta get somebody new up here. Gotta get some new material. Come on up, Echo.
Yeah, I'll drop the link again.
Look at me in here. I'm instigating again. Like I'm a control freak or something.
Well, I was waiting for a while like to pop
Twerk?
out. Take a nap, Mommy Carl's got it covered.
Y'all just wait now. I got my hours back. I got more StreamYard hours after the 25th. Coming.
Yeah, after Christmas. So, yeah, I heard you set up a New Year's Eve.
I haven't set up a New Year's Eve, but I said I would probably come up. I'd probably do one around that time. I'll try not to do it. I won't do it while you're live. I'll just wait, or I'll do it before or after or something. You know that.
No, you need to do New Year's Day or continue after me, so I'm not sleeping on panel.
Oh, you want to come and sleep on my panel for a while?
No, that's what I'm saying. Echo, hello, it's good to see you.
I can just see it now. Carl keeps a few wooden tongue depressors in the cab of his truck just for the occasion. I might smell his food. Here, have a taste.
Hey, I have carved a spoon out of a tree limb in desperation before. I can do it again.
That smells good. Give me a taste. The dogs go crazy when I cook around here. Turn on that little exhaust fan and you can hear all the dogs outside whining. Our dogs are like, is it time to eat yet?
No,
You know, I don't
I'm not
know. Just
sleep around anymore.
I read somewhere that a dog's nose is like 170 times more sensitive than ours. Can
If
you
it is, why
imagine
do
what
they
a pain?
sniff butt?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't want to smell stuff any better than I can now. That would be horrible. All right, to be able to smell somebody's ass from across the room. What kind of nightmare is that?
I just.
It was horrible.
Well, hopefully they've taken a shower and you're not going to smell it.
Well,
Ugh.
obviously dogs do, because that's usually where they go to. They love to smell you.
When I was a teenager, this guy wanted to take me out on a date. I was friends with his sister, and he had the stinkiest feet, man. I'm sorry, he was really nice. He was cool and everything, but I couldn't get over the smell of his feet. And every time I'd see the dog walking around in their house, following him around, sniffing the floor, I was like, oh man, why? Why?
Well,
That's
I
when you
need
grab the
somebody.
shoes. That's when you
I've
grab the
seen that.
shoes, wash them, and put borax powder all in them before he knows it.
Oh
I've
wow.
seen somebody like that before. They were cursed, man. They tried everything. His feet were, I mean, you couldn't be in the house with him when he took his shoes off. It was horrible. And he tried everything, doctors and everything, and some people are cursed with that.
And I know
Well,
from a
when I
carpet.
was engaged, my boyfriend's house, it was always take your shoes off when you get in the door. We had rugs lined up for putting your shoes on. Well, the girls, being teenagers, all these boys wanted to come over all the time to visit, and they were their buddies,
Yeah,
It
that's my
was so
dad.
sad. Their feet, it was so sad, and you want to be polite about it.
Yeah, that my dad and stepmother. You don't go in their house with your shoes on. My daughter and her husband. You don't go in the house with your shoes on.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm happy living the way I am, because I've been accused of being born in a barn too many times. All right,
I'm
I don't
not
want
like
to
that
live.
anymore. I am so laid back, Carl. I
I don't
used
like.
to be.
Have you guys ever ripped carpeting out of a house, an old house or something? It
Yeah.
doesn't. It holds filth. All right. I've seen like layers of shit underneath carpeting that just filtered through it, and you can vacuum all you want. You ain't getting all that. All right.
Shampoo all you want.
It doesn't even have to be an old house. This one is
Right.
6 years old, and pulling up that living room carpet, you could already see it.
Yep.
It's just it goes straight through.
That's why I replaced this with that wood flooring that snaps together.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's
I
why
put that through the living room and hallways. Other than that, the only places that have carpeting are the 2 bedrooms. That's it.
Yeah.
I knew a guy way back in Pontiac, Michigan. Said his house was infested with fleas, and he said he tried everything. All right, that he couldn't get rid of them. And
Not
I
it.
told him it's probably under your carpet. He's like, "What?" I said, "Rip a corner of your carpet up and tell me what you see." And he called me back like frightened. He says, "Oh my God, Carl." He had an infestation under his carpeting. So he ripped all that carpet. Luckily, he found like an old oak trim floor that he restored. But yeah, he doesn't have carpet no more.
A friend of mine called me over to their house. They said, "Man, I have a rash. Can you come and see what my rash is?" And I was like, oh, do I want to? Oh, I went over, and the minute I walked in their house, I could feel myself getting bit. Their house was so flea infested, it wasn't funny. And I'm like, you need to bomb your house. And they're like, what? And I'm like, you need to get the bomb that you put in your house. You turn all the electricity off, and you put this can of stuff out in your house, and you fog your house. I
No.
said, this is bad. They come out of the house, the whole family and their dog.
The salt one.
The guy had a door for cats to go in and out of his house, and all the neighborhood cats would go in and out of his house, drag, squirrels and things into the house and birds. I'm like, dude, you really got to think about what you're doing.
Don't. I keep trying to get you up there. You ain't
They
coming
were
up.
peppered from head to toe.
That's the way. We moved into a rent house, and the people who lived in it before had like 5 dogs inside the house, big dogs. And so when the landlord was showing us the house, just standing in the living room for a few minutes, fleas were all over our legs. And I
Yeah.
was like, no. And so he bombed it. But I lived there for 7 years, and the only thing that worked to keep that from happening, because he had carpet in the living room, kitchen,
Bathroom.
yeah, it was everywhere. But who puts carpet in a kitchen? It just,
I don't know. Or bathrooms. Or
yeah,
bathrooms.
We lived
yes.
in a couple places. with
And
carpeted
so,
bathrooms.
my grandmother told me table salt, and I was like, whatever. And she said, sprinkle table salt all over the carpets, furniture, any cloth furniture you have, whatever. Just try. So that's what I did. Once a month, I would shampoo the carpets, and then once a week, I would vacuum the carpets. But right after I would vacuum, I would put salt everywhere, like she said, and just leave it there. And the fleas, I mean, they went away. We quit getting bites from them because the salt worked. It
wow.
makes them explode or something. It
Yeah, they can't digest
dehydrates
it.
them. Yeah, something.
That's interesting. That's a nice thing to know, because
And it's cheap.
Or
I know so many people with pets that they're like, I can't get rid of the fleas. And I'm like, well, we used to use Biospot on our dogs, but we can't find it anymore. But there's other things where you put the little drops on them.
they have those pills
Yeah.
now that's for 3
My
months.
my roommate's sister has some medication that the vet gives to her for her dog. Her
Mhm.
dog's been having seizures. We
Oh,
looked watched it on TV, and then we looked it up that the stuff that she's been giving her dog can cause the dog to have seizures.
Hmm.
I'm like, I'm not giving my dog edible stuff for fleas.
You can also get a couple of those indoor banana trees.
Excuse me.
Those keep fleas away too.
Indoor
Wonder who did that
banana
first, Al. No, I was wondering who did that first now, Al, because the Romans had heated floors. I wonder if the Asians did it first or if the Romans did it first.
How the heck do they have heated floors?
For real.
They run pipes. They run pipes under the floor, and during the construction, they use oil, water, they used air, and they just pipe heated. Like I said, through the pipes, and it heats the floor. It takes a while to heat it up, but once it's heated, it's very efficient.
They had heated pools. They called bathhouses too.
Yeah,
Community
that had
pools and
even
everything.
some of those had heated floors.
Kids up has carpet in her bathroom so she doesn't fall.
If I'm
Oh, like a
not
yeah.
mistaken, it wasn't too long ago I read about places in other countries that have bathhouses, and a lot of them are like a swimming pool. And there are even some that have certain kind of minnows in them for people that have, I think it's eczema.
Yeah.
And these certain minnows have some kind of, I don't know if it's an enzyme or what it is that they give off with their lips on the skin that clears up eczema.
Yeah.
More ancient knowledge forgotten and replaced with poisonous pharmaceuticals.
Yeah. I've seen where someone uses minerals, pours over them in their bath.
There's a lot of different reasons for it.
I remember a story of some people that were
I'll be
stuck
right
in
back.
a snowstorm that had frostbite damage, and they thought they were going to end up losing their fingers. And they had a doctor that was there from another country that brought in a certain kind of leech. It's not one that is natural to the US. And they put them on their extremities, and they ended up not losing their limbs because of what that leech's saliva does to the skin and breaking up the clotting in the old tissue, under the old tissue, and got the circulation going again.
I've heard of leeches being used. You know, they used to draw blood from people and stuff,
Yeah.
but I never heard it used in a positive way. You know.
Oh yeah, they used to years ago use them in medical practice for curing a lot of things, but there were times
Yeah.
where it was just overdone.
Right, but now, according to history, those things that they were used for, it was just pretty much nonsense, is how they paint it now.
Yeah, yeah. Anything that works, they're gonna. Well, look what they do for weed. They put up a whole propaganda smear on that, didn't they?
Reefer madness since 1937.
I should look at chat, see how everybody's doing down there. Benjamin, everybody else's germs. Yeah. Do any of you guys ever go to public swimming pools?
Not anymore.
I guess they have something they put in the water now. If somebody urinates in the pool, there's a reaction that turns the water a different color.
That's funny. We know
Imagine being
exactly.
that kid.
That's exactly why I don't like public pools. If I'm gonna, I mean, I might as well jump in a swamp.
First time
Actually,
I
that
tried weed, I was over 18 years old. Kiss off.
yeah, I was a bad kid. I was smoking weed by the time I was 9.
Well, a lot of my friends were doing things, and their parents were like, "We like your daughter hanging around with our kids. She's a good influence." Because I wouldn't do it.
No one has ever said that about me in my childhood, ever. Never.
My stepmom every once in a while brings that up. I remember people calling saying you were a good influence on their kids. I just was headstrong. wasn't going to do things. But boy, oh boy, it turned me loose when I was 18. I was partying.
Hmm. I was pretty young, smoking weed with a lot of older people. It seemed like back then most people smoked weed. You know, it did seem like that in the 70s.
I think for me, it was when I got in trouble, I was very punished and very shamed. So I didn't want that. And I had a lot of responsibilities at home in, in my later years before when my dad and my stepmom got custody of me and my brother. We were like the wild child, man. It was like taming wild animals. I feel bad for my stepmom. We were really rotten kids. But later on, I mean, I have a conscience and everything and wanted to be a good kid, so a lot of responsibility was put on me as being the oldest kid. So
Yeah, I changed my ways later. I've just told you all that, but when I was young, my mom was a cop, and I rebelled against that pretty heavily. And, you know, my mom never smoked pot in her life. All right, I can guarantee that. You know, I look up to people who don't need those substances. You know, people who don't drink, don't smoke. Actually, I look up to that. I don't see anything wrong with it. I don't judge anybody because they're, too straight laced or anything. Quite the contrary, you know. But with my case, if I didn't have weed to slow me down throughout life, I've probably been in some kind of worse trouble. All right. I think, if anything, weed has kind of calmed me down. Why I could have never done anything like cocaine or anything like that. Because I'd have been like Forrest Gumping all around the fucking country. I would have nonstop. I'd been sweeping the highways because I didn't know what to do with that because I was already hyperactive. I think weed kind of mellowed me out about that.
I found that CBD helps me with anxiety or if I'm in a bad mood. So, and I found that out because Judy picked up a bottle and one day came up to me and she's like, "Open your mouth and lift your tongue." And she put a couple drops under my tongue and my mood was gone later. The menopause thing has been hard for me, just sometimes having a mood and I don't even know why. I'm like, I don't know why I am so grumpy. And she's like, "You're going through menopause, Anna." She says, "I didn't have to worry about that." She says, I don't have my parts anymore, And I was like, wow, this isn't me, I'm usually happy-go-lucky. And she's like, "Yeah, I saw the change coming and I know what it is. I had to live through it with my mother." And I'm like, "Oh, yeah." But for pain, I'm going to tell you, when Dee sent us that first salve of hers, I was totally amazed. I didn't have to use the Voltaren anymore. And then, of course, there's smoking a little bit of weed here and there when it's really bad. It really helps me. And Carl, you were the one that said the first time you do that. So you know how I get. I whisper.
Yeah, I've seen, and that's the thing. I don't really think weed is for everybody. Just like anything, people have different reactions to different things, including weed. Because over my lifetime, I've seen people that learned right then and there the weed wasn't for them. They'd get paranoid. They'd
Oh,
get,
I got creative and busy. I wanted to do things.
there's
But
people that
I'm
got
not.
sick. People would get sick every time they smoked it. What's up, William? But for me, I don't know. I've always been pretty fond of it. I don't need to go any farther than that. It wasn't a gateway drug.
I think because of all the friends that I had that did all that stuff, everybody just assumed I did it, but I didn't, And in part, it was because of, battle with my ex over the kids and everything. And another part of it was every job I had tested for it. So I wasn't willing to lose my job over it.
There's even something called paraquat that the government put into weed, Kissaw. Back in the 70s, the government was spraying certain crops of weed with this stuff called paraquat, like an experiment. And some of it got out into the public, people who were stealing government weed. And there was like a big warning about the paraquat and weed in the 70s.
My ex would have a story about that. Him and his buddies came across the crop just outside of a city limit, picked a whole bunch of it, and brought it home. They all got really sick.
It was crap weed. I went and seen a government installation once when I was younger.
They
And
said
there's
it was crap.
it was hemp. It really wasn't marijuana. It was more like hemp.
Yeah, they got sick.
Dirt weed. There's people who grow their own. If they even if they flush it all right, if they use Miracle Grow, I can't smoke that weed. First, I can smell it before I even light it. All right, I can dry hit that joint. If they grew that weed with Miracle Grow, I won't touch it. That is nasty, and I can detect it immediately. That's just there's certain things you don't do to weed. It's like makes it toxic tasting.
Are you guys taking bets down there about Watt and Bonnie going to sleep?
I'm sorry, Kissaw. That sounds like a bummer. All it would have took is somebody to be there, huh, Kissaw?
Hi, Wild Dragon.
Yeah, what's up? Play him on 420. I'm smoking another one right now on 420. Is it 420 yet? No, we got an hour and 5 minutes.
Let's see, 420. Way up there. I'm not asleep. Not yet. Getting there. My daughter just wanted to talk for a minute. Hey, William. Fish guts for soil nutrients.
Fish emulsion. They even sell it in bottles.
Hmm.
And it's pretty stinky because it's liquefied fish remains.
And probably bring all the cats over. And then some.
Actually, now that you mention that, something got into the last bottle of that stuff I had. Something got into the shed and ate the bottom of the bottle out of it. And so it was all empty when I picked it up.
Yeah. A slumber party. Wait, I don't have my pajamas on. Still in my dress. Okay, these tights are.
I've been laying in bed for the last hour.
That's because. Isn't that the only place you have to sit?
Well, no, I can sit on it like a couch or a chair, or I can kick back on it.
Yeah. See, you're tired too.
Well, it's not so much tired as I don't like sitting upright too long. So I recline and I sit up, then I recline and I sit up and get up, walk around. Because, yeah, sitting still too long, that's not a good idea.
Yes, I keep trying to sit cross-legged when I do this all the time, and then I get all stuck like that. It's like, no, straighten the legs out, walk around.
That's good for your flexibility. I mean, because I do that too. You know, there's many different positions that I can put myself in.
I don't know why that song Secret Agent Man was going through my head today, and I had to play it. It really sounds like he's saying Secret Asian Man.
Maybe it is a psyop. Well, it's like, you know, that Led Zeppelin song. At first I heard it, I thought he was saying, "You need Kool-Aid."
Don't drink the Kool-Aid.
It does sound like that.
Yeah, it did.
Drinking coffee out of a straw.
Who knows? Maybe that'll be another one of those. What do they call that? That's supposedly going on, like the Fruit of the Loom. Nobody can find the.
But somebody did. They did find the original label with the cornucopia on the label. So it was all bullshit.
I had one. I had a old T-shirt that I just wasn't letting go of, and it had it on. You know, it was a pocket tee. It was still in really good shape or whatever, and I wasn't getting rid of it. It was one that was too big, and I liked wearing it for a nightie. And it wasn't too long after they were putting that out all over the internet. And I'm like, I've got one. I know I've got one. And one day I came across it. It was there. I should have hung on to that.
Well, there's proof of it. You know, I mean, what's odd and suspicious to me is that so many were jumping on that. No, it never happened. It was like somebody wiped the internet of any evidence of that label until somebody in their going through their old clothing found one and posted that video that people got to see. You know, it's like, so it did have that on there after all, even though hundreds of people were claiming it didn't. That's what I find suspicious.
Yeah.
But why?
Because they want to dumb down people and question everything. The more you are bewildered about, the better off that they think they are. You know, they want to screw everybody's memory up. Everybody's, you know, you can't make a statement anymore without somebody contradicting you.
Remember that video Indy showed the other night where they were asking, what did it say? What do you remember it saying? And then it was something totally different.
The Bernstein Bears.
Like in a movie?
That's part of the Mandela effect, all right? And that's probably what you're talking about. It started when everybody remembered Nelson Mandela dying in the 80s. And since then, there's been things about like the monocle for the Monopoly guy, the script of the Ford script emblem for the Ford vehicles. There's one where the Berenstein Bears. There's uh
Yeah.
all these. There's a whole bunch of them.
Oh, who is
But
that
in
one actor that played
actuality,
like that genie or whatever? I had the
right?
movie. I had the movie.
Yeah,
It is on the old. Yeah.
Sinbad playing that. All right, and that exists, but it's
Yep.
not the title of it. All right, and you'll have a hard time finding that because it's really not what the title was. It was some kind of a TV special or something. So you have to really narrow your search to find it because what I'm telling you is the general search queries that they're telling you about are the ones that are altered. They're going to hide the reality of things from you if they can.
Well,
I
that's
know that I'm not saying all of that for sure is like that, but I know some of them are.
well, that's like that movie I was telling y'all that was always my favorite movie, and it was called Don't Tell Her It's Me. Now, when you go to try and find it, it's called something else. Same movie, but they renamed it. Why would they do that?
To screw with you. You know, there's something called the dumbing down of America. You ever heard of that?
Yes.
Why did they change the education system? How in the world were they trying to make people believe that 2 plus 2 equaled 5? Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
There's a bunch of things that they've tried to pull, and I noticed that all started after the internet became popular. All right. This is all things that it's like, to me, I feel like it's a social experiment on how to take out America. That's what it feels like. The more you investigate it, that's the more you'll feel like.
Well, it's just BS to me.
All kinds of goofiness.
Well, I'm suspicious of everything already, so I'm biased. I can't really, tell you straight out. I'm suspicious of everything. So. A lot of people are, talking about CERN and portals and altering our history and timelines and all that stuff. I'm having a hard time believing some of that, all right? Because I haven't seen it yet. You can tell me about something all day long, that there's aliens here and all that. Until I see it myself, I'm not going to believe these videos or witness testimonies or anything. Got to see it, prove it to me before I'm going to believe it.
Yeah.
Well, I don't feel guilty about it at all. Look at everything we've seen. No wonder I'm so skeptical about everything.
I was feeling guilty. I had a bunch of Christmas cards written out and I never got them all out.
But is
I
it
got some
just
of them out, but I didn't get the rest of them out.
maybe it's just to make us not trust people even more and stay divided, separated, whatever?
There's even a quote from that. I actually forget who it is. I think it's a Russian quote about, when everybody questions everything, that's when we would have won or something.
Well,
It,
that's like redefining the meanings of things. I mean, come on. It
mhm.
causes argument between the people that are willing to accept the redefinition and the people that aren't willing to change what it really means.
Yeah.
For the sake of argument. That's what it's about.
That's a really weird one, Kissoff. I watched that. That looks like a totally different dude. And he completely flipped over. He's actually backing Trump now. What the hell happened there?
Mm. Well, I told you about the mask maker that was hired just before 2020.
Everybody that's saying that that's Joe, and personally, I feel that that's bogus Joe, and we'll call him that because of the fact that I don't think that's the original guy. I'm like, aren't those people bearing false witness if that is really an actor?
Yes. Remember that movie, Dave?
Mm.
The president had a stroke and they had him in a room with life support and all that stuff going, and he was playing the part because he looked just like him.
I
Yeah.
never saw the movie, but that's what it seems like it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. There's a whole lot of stuff we saw that doesn't look right.
Yeah, is that called a doppelganger? Is that what that is? When you get somebody to play the part of another? No.
Or you have somebody that looks like you.
Imposter.
No, I know what it is. I was told I had a doppelganger back in the 80s. I actually had a few people go, Carl, did you star in a commercial? And I'm like, what are you talking about? He said, I saw you, man. You were in a Combos commercial. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? So apparently there was a Combo snack pretzel can, whatever you call that stuff. And there was a guy that was like dancing to the jingle on a railroad track. People said it looked exactly like me.
It was you.
It wasn't me, man. I didn't get paid for none of that shit.
No, they just videoed you and made a commercial.
They caught you one day when you stepped in a dog doo-doo. You were dancing around there trying to get it off your shoe.
Right. He did hate Trump, but I just saw him saying positive things about him, and I was like, who the fuck is he now?
There's a few of them doing that. You notice that?
Yes. And I think it's all just for same thing as always, show. Enjoy the show because it's all whacked out and a bunch of BS. I don't trust any of them up there. None of them.
Nope.
Al, I got to see in the 60s, I got to see the Ringling Brothers Barnum and Bailey Circus, the greatest show on earth. And that's where I've always wanted a mountain lion ever since.
You used to get to go to those circuses
Oh,
when I was little.
Mm-hmm.
How did that? What? Oh no, I ain't got no fads going.
You don't like Christmas, I will.
What fad did I supposedly start, Al?
Christmas. Oh my goodness. How are your children so different than you? How does that happen?
That apple falls off the tree, bounces into another tree. A squirrel takes it a few feet farther, and then it rolls down a hill and it gets into a river and flows down that way.
Well, hello, Rex.
Well, hello there. Can y'all hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Y'all are talking about doppelgangers, and that was really funny because identical twins run in my family. There's like 4 sets of them that I'm cousins with. Me, not personally, but yeah. So I mean, or those stories like what is it? The Man in the Iron Mask, and the Pauper. Yeah.
Cloning.
Well, yeah, cloning. Well, that's new.
Well, I
Well,
think everybody has a twin.
Yeah, that's what identical twins or identical triplets are, just clones of each other. Then you send them all out in the world, and they all become different people.
Yeah.
I went to a clinic in a different town far away from here, and when I was staying up by my brother, and there was a lady sitting across the room from me that looked just like me. And we
Was it
both
a
made
mirror?
eye contact, and
Are you sure it wasn't a mirror?
it wasn't the mirror. It wasn't the mirror. Carl.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean-
you were there for what reason?
Well,
Organ
remember,
harvest. They're just waiting for organ harvest. That's what they're gonna do. Yeah. You need kidneys and your lungs and your liver. Yeah. Well, my
Yeah.
liver, they be shit out of luck. So.
The
Unless-
right fit.
I saw that movie.
I mean, if I was looking for parts for my truck, I got to find the same kind of truck.
Exactly. Or you got to know exactly where to order them from. Yeah.
Well, the place that I went to was my birth area, so I was kind of sitting there wondering, Dad, Mom, have you guys forgot to tell me something?
Right?
Well, I mean, that's possible because I almost look exactly like everybody on my dad's side of the family, except they're all bald and I've got hair. Because my mom's dad had hair and I've still got a full head of hair at like 51. Everybody else on my dad's side went bald at like 25.
Oh, right.
So, hey, I've made it this far.
Remember that lady that came up? I think it was, her name was Brenda, and y'all sounded identical. Echo. Like,
Oh, yeah.
it was really weird. Couldn't tell who was talking. Which one of y'all?
My kids, when my kids call here, they can't tell the difference between me and my roommate.
Well, that's what, I was on a phone call with somebody, and so everyone knows my voice. And then my daughter started talking, and they were like, wait, that has just a tiny bit of a difference. Is there another one? And so that's how she got the name Bonnie too. And then my granddaughter, her daughter, spoke, and they're like, well, crap. Because we all sound alike. And they're
Oh,
just,
that's the trouble with tribbles.
Oh, I was watching Star Trek. Yeah, I was watching Star Trek earlier. Which one of it is it? Strange New Worlds or Discovery? They like mutated a tribble and it like had 3 mouths and like tentacles and shit, and still furry on top. You couldn't tell. Sorry, I'm a nerd. I'm nerd.
I hit a chord.
It's okay.
One of
We
my
like
favorite, one of my favorite phrases back then was when an alien called us ugly sacks of mostly water.
Oh yeah, that was Next Generation. Yeah, it was like a
No, that
little,
was the '60s. That was the '60s one.
Oh, did they do that in the 60s? I like the one where they had them all be gladiators, and there were like these three. There was a red brain and a blue brain and a green brain, and they were betting quatloos on who would win the fight. And what the fuck is a quatloo? I mean, I never figured that out.
Oh, there's probably a page for that somewhere.
Oh, somewhere, yeah. You dive into the Star Trek wiki, and yeah, ain't no telling what you find. My other favorite one was where he fought that Gorn guy, the big green lizard guy.
When he made gunpowder with saltpeter and charcoal and
Yep, charcoal. Yep, and then put a big diamond shard in it. It's like, yeah, let's see how you do now.
that wasn't
Hey,
quite right.
The Vulcans used to be vicious before they latched on to logic. They would assume murder you as look at you. Yeah.
Triples were our only troubles.
All right, moving on. No more Star Trek.
one more, because I was just trying to find this a couple months ago, and I swear I remember this episode, and I can't find it. And it was this. All I remember was these really frail, looking like almost like flower living little creatures that dissolved away and died. All right, that's
Yeah.
all I remember.
That one. I remembered that one. What you're talking about? It was aliens
Can't
that took
find that
human.
episode.
Yeah, they took the human form and were trying to get back to their galaxy. They came from like the Andromeda galaxy or some shit, and they were going to plow. Yeah, they were just going to plow through the edge of the galaxy and go home. And eventually, they started feeling like humans. Yeah.
In the
Scotty
end, it was
got
really a
drunk.
sad ending because they died and
Yeah,
dissolved.
they just yeah at the end. Yeah, but Scotty got the one drunk. He got his last bottle of liquor out from under a helmet or something, and dude asked him what it was, and he says, "It's green, cause it was green."
I gotta find that episode. I could not find it.
Wait, there were 2 seasons of it.
No, I think there were 3.
Were there
I think
3? Okay. Of the original season.
of the original from '66 to '69.
I think something like that.
I
But
remember
can't.
when it was on prime time TV at 8 o'clock at night.
Oh yes, CBS. Yeah.
Carl's the only person I know that if you bring something up and you're buddies with him, he'll send you a video of something in reference to something you talked about. And one time I was talking about my name, and he sent me a red-green episode. I totally forgot that my name is in that show.
I used to watch Red Green with my dad. That was a funny damn show.
I love that show. I don't know why, but I loved it.
I know I've seen every one of those episodes.
3 seasons. Because they did Mirror Mirror in the first season. That was the mirror universe where everybody was evil and shit. I like that. No,
Yeah,
wait,
with the goatees, with the goatees, they all look like beatniks.
Yeah. That's not.
Yeah, prior to YouTube, it was always fun to sit and watch the old Twilight Zone and those old
Oh yeah,
time
I like
fights.
I like the old Lost in Space. If y'all remember that one.
Oh yeah.
Danger, Will Robinson. Danger.
I've rewatched some of those. Have you done that?
Yeah, I've watched them in black and white and a few of them in color. I like the black and white ones better. They just look better to me for some reason. I don't know.
They were recycling footage in the beginning where they would use the same view of the same situation over in different episodes and stuff. It's pretty if you watch enough of that, you'll see it. It's enjoyable to spot that stuff now. As a kid, I was too locked up into the story to even notice that kind of shit.
Oh yeah, you were just sitting there going, "Wow, look at the spaceships and they're fighting and shit in space." Yeah, and then you get the dun, 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 the eye to eye.
Yeah, 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, Lost in Space, all those kind of shows. Those captivated me.
I like the Outer Limits as much as I liked Twilight Zone.
Oh, Outer Limits was good.
All right.
I remember some of those episodes better than others that were like shockers at the end, like when Burgess Meredith, all he wanted to do is read books, and he ends up being the last living man on Earth, and he's surrounded by libraries. All right, he was in heaven, and then he breaks his glasses.
That was Burgess Meredith. Yeah, that was the guy that played that
Penguin.
episode.
The Penguin.
Oh, I got an episode for you. I'll put it in the back chat. Oh, hang on. Let me do this.
Oh yeah, I remember Land of the Lost, Al.
Oh, the Land of the Fuck, man. I love that. Not so much the Squidward and the damn, what was the other one? HR Puff and stuff and shit like that. No, I like Land.
HR Puff and stuff was one of my favorites as a kid.
Well, my apologies.
I was little when that was on, though.
I did like
Anything that was like that. It was off my radar, man. If they were wearing silly costumes, I just kept changing the channel.
No, wait, that was the Bugaloos. Witchy Poo was in the Bugaloos.
Yeah, Witchy Poo, all of them. If I would have seen something like that, even Captain Kangaroo, I just kept switching because I thought it was too goofy, man. I'd go watch Johnny Quest or Speed Racer instead.
Well, yeah, or find a Godzilla movie or something. Yeah.
Yep. But I saw them. I mean, and there was always your friends that were into something that you had to sit and watch with them. I remember families that would sit together and watch the Osmonds on TV, and I have to sit there and watch.
I had to sit and watch fucking Hee Haw with Grandma, Grandpa, Mom, Dad, and my sister. I hated that show. And I'm sorry if you liked it, but I just, it grated on my nerves.
I wouldn't have watched much of that as a kid, but now I really enjoy it now. Buck Owens, he could jam, man.
Well, I'm not saying Roy Clark and Buck Owens couldn't fucking throw it down, but I mean, I just got tired of listening to it every fucking Saturday night.
Right, I get it. I know. There was a lot of things as a kid I didn't enjoy. It's like all right, perfect example. I sat down and watched every episode of Little House on the Prairie with my.
Oh yeah, I can't watch that now.
Well, as a kid, I could not sit through that. I would leave the house if they were going to watch that. I wasn't going to watch it. But now at this age, I watched it all, and I kind of appreciate seeing how authentic it was. It was a lot more authentic than I knew as a kid,
Well, yeah, like if you watch The Waltons, that's a family-centered show.
That's another one.
Yeah. If you watch that, you might, if you're lucky, get some family values out of just watching that show. Because
remember the Apple Dumpling Gang and Herbie the Love Bug and those movies?
Oh, Pete's Dragon was one of my favorite movies growing up. Yeah.
Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, man. That was I remember for like a whole year of my life. That's all life was about was Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. I love that.
What was that movie that had Angela Lansbury in it? Bed Knobs and Broomsticks. She used like wizard power to stop the.
It was part cartoon. It was cartoons in a real life film.
Yep. Like when they went under the sea. Yeah.
I loved the Munsters, especially when
You
they
know
would
what?
race the cars.
I liked the monkeys a lot too.
Yeah,
I
you
did.
had Dragula. Yeah.
I liked them better than the Addams Family, but I watched them both. But what was I just thinking now, when Speed Racer came on, it only came on Saturday mornings. All right, that was the only time it came on. It came on with another show that nobody ever remembers, and they were both Japanese anime. All right, and that's how. That's
Oh, I
what.
know the one you're talking about. The big spaceship that looked like a warship and had the big gun on it.
Nope. It was on the same hour, and it was called Kimba, the White Lion. Does anybody remember that?
Yes.
You do?
Yes, because I have a daughter that was all into that. Yes.
Fair enough. No, I don't
Sailor
remember.
Moon, all the. She even made herself a kimono. She was.
That
I
one's
remember
like forgotten or something. Usually, I don't know what it is, but it was popular then. But not many people seem to talk about it now.
Well, that's all old school animation, and they want the damn brand new CGI, AI shit that looks almost real. And I was like, if it looks too real, it's probably not real now. You know what I mean?
Right.
Oh, Benji just explained it to me. It's racist because it's a white lion.
Oh, there's Mud's Women. Oh, that's season 1, episode 6 of Star Trek, the original one. He's got all these robot women, and then somehow Spock reprograms them to turn on him and nag on him and just give him shit by the end.
Yeah, who's the actor that played that?
Yeah,
He was like
funny.
he was a returning guest. He played that part several times.
Yeah, I think he was back in season 2, or maybe at the end of this season. I don't
Yeah,
know.
what was his name? He was a famous actor when he played that part already.
Yeah, he played the bad guy in Sidekick.
Yeah.
And then he took that. Yeah. Spacey.
Oh
no,
man, that was hilarious too.
Wait, is it? No.
Isn't that's where he got the tribbles from? Was that dude? Wasn't it?
I think so. I think he was on that space station with the Klingons, and the Tribbles hated the Klingons. They just did not like them at all. But like everybody else was with them. Yeah. So I
It's the
think
same
so.
dude.
There you go.
A mock time. That's the definite time.
Hong Kong Bundy.
Everybody zoom, zoom, zoom.
Oh no, it's the second one. The season 2, episode 8, I Mud, where the robot chick's like, yeah.
Yep, my name is Mud. That's where it is.
Oh, that's not good.
I have no idea what y'all are talking about. I didn't watch TV as all of y'all did.
1960 Star Trek. I mean, right when Technicolor came in, really, the first episodes were black and white. In fact, in the first episode, it wasn't even Captain Kirk that was the captain of the Enterprise. It was another dude.
That was Pike. That was Captain Pike.
Yep.
And his first officer was a chick, and they didn't like that. That was bad news back then. So they turned him into a Vulcan.
Yeah. Commander Pike ended up having to live with these aliens that kept him alive in a mechanized wheelchair.
Oh yeah, that's where Strange New World is going. It's going to end with Pike getting all fucked up.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to be in the chair. Yeah, you know what I mean? Half melted. Yeah.
With the illusion that everything's okay, that the aliens could to make everything seem normal.
Yeah, them aliens with the great big brains and shit that can twist reality or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh, look, man.
Carl, were you talking about that actor named Campbell that returned to Star Trek a couple times?
Yeah, overweight, big, tall guy.
Oh,
Played in. I remember him in like the Jerry Lewis and Dean Martin movies and stuff like that. You know, before Star Trek. Slim Pickens, is that his name? No, I know who that is, but it's a guy like that. It's like a bit part actor, like a Jonathan Winters kind of guy.
Oh, I watched that the other day on YouTube. It was Jonathan Winters and Robin Williams on the Johnny Carson show. Man, I thought I was gonna fall on the floor. I really did. I thought I was gonna run out of breath. I was like, ha ha.
Some of those are just pure gold, like the old the Dean Martin Variety Hour, stuff like that, man. Those crack me up. The roast, remember the Don Rickles and Dean Martin roast? They'd just sit there and dog each other.
Mm-hmm. I had thought about doing a roast, but it would probably somebody would get mad.
Yeah, Craig the Hunter's been talking about doing a roast where me and him just roast each other the whole show.
No. There you go.
Oh, that's the one that had what's her name in it? All Our Yesterdays. That's where him and Spock goes back in time. And who's the chick? Hang on, I'll find it.
Oh, that's the one played on Dallas or whatever. I know here to Joan Collins.
Yeah. There you go. There you go.
I like the green chick, man, because she was also Batgirl. Yvonne, what was her name? Yvonne Craig. She played Batgirl and she played the dancing green girl in Star Trek.
Oh yeah, she was in the first episode. That one we were talking about with Pike. Because she was like supposed to seduce him in that one. They fucking twisted his mind and made him think he was on a slave planet.
Yeah.
Ryan, they're a Ryan chick. Okay, look, enough Star Wars. I'm sorry. You took me off down another side of rabbit trail.
You just said Star Wars. You just said Star Wars. You just broke one of the cardinal rules of nerddom.
No, man, I can like both. Do not judge me. I like both.
Yeah, you can like both, but you can't mix them up.
Oh no, the green chick was when Captain Pike was in those big brain aliens control. And
I get it. I know. It was the Twi'leks that were green in Star Wars.
Oh yeah, the Twi'leks with the long things, Jabba's dancer and shit. Yeah.
The Liku. They have Liku on their skulls.
Well, okay. You know more than me about it.
I'm just showing you that nerding out just all right. You know, I can be a nerd too.
Oh, well, fair enough. Hey, look, I know most of the ships, not all of the ships' classifications, like the X-Wing and the A-Wing and the Y-Wing and the B-Wing. I like the B-Wing. I would like to fly a B-Wing. That would be fun as fuck. I'm just saying. Because you got the whole rest of the ship swinging around your cockpit.
I actually know exactly what you mean because I've fixed and restored the original B-wing fighters from 1983, the Kenner ones. I know
Shit.
exactly everything you just said. I know.
Okay. That's cool. I had as a kid, played with them till they broke. Had an X-Wing and a TIE Fighter. And the Millennium Falcon, I had a goddamn Death Star playset. Okay? Somebody gave it to me for Christmas one year. Played with that till it
You
broke.
had the green Diagnoga. You had the green Diagnoga.
Yeah, the thing down in the trash compactor. Yeah. I didn't know it looked like that until I pulled it out the box, but okay. Because all you see is an eye and half a tentacle. So, yeah.
You're starting to remind me of a guy you even sound like him. Does reviews on Star Wars toys on YouTube. You even sound like him.
Oh, look, it's been around Christmas time, and I've been watching those videos about how much all that shit would be worth now if I just left it in the box and didn't play with it. But you knew I wasn't going to fucking do that. It was Star Wars shit, and I was going to. But yeah, it just depresses me.
What is your handle, dude? What's your handle?
Clockwork Rex.
Rex,
Look,
I swear to God, you could do this guy that's on YouTube that does reviews on Star Wars toys. You sound identical.
Oh, shit. Well, I appreciate that.
You
I mean,
have a
yeah.
doppelganger, man. You have a voice doppelganger on YouTube already.
Hmm.
And he specializes in Star Wars toys.
Well, hey, Star Wars, the first one.
The Junk Man. It came to me. I'm sub to him. He's called the Junk Man. Look him up.
Okay. But yeah, one of my earliest memories is my dad holding me in this fucking big ass line to go in and see Star Wars when I was like 4, 77, whenever that was. Yeah, that's one of my first movies that I ever saw.
What's up, Lady Smith? Yep, it was 1977. I saw that in the theaters a whole bunch of times when it came out because I had free passes to the theater at that time. And I saw it. I took all my friends to see it. I remember the THX sound system that was the first time ever used in any movie. When that movie came on the screen, it went, you felt the surround sound around you. That was quite an experience back then. You know, to try to explain people what it was like then, they missed a lot in translation. You know, you had to have been there.
Oh yeah. Then I remember seeing Empire in the theaters, and then I remember seeing Jedi in the theaters way back when.
1980 and 1983.
83, yep. Which, okay, I do like the first half of Jedi until they land on Endor and fucking teddy bears everywhere. And then I read why he wanted to be a planet full of Wookiees at first, but that was expensive as hell. So back then.
Well, I was okay with that. What I'm not okay with is I read, I don't know, maybe 120 Star Wars novels, the Thrawn series, all of that. I read hundreds of
Empire. Yeah.
You know, hundreds of comic books, and they had one rule, and it was Lucas's rule, and it said that all the stories had to work together. You couldn't write something about a character that would compromise or contradict what another author had written. So they had this beautiful synchronicity going for a couple decades where people had written great stories. Now comes Disney, all right, and they completely turn it upside down and stab
it all up. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, that shit we read growing up, like the comic books. Do you remember the long-eared green rabbit guy that was in the early editions of the comic books? He was like a bounty hunter sort of guy, but hung out with Han Solo and Chewbacca and Luke and Leia and all them. Do you remember that? No, not Greedo. He was a rabbit. He had fur. He was a bipedal rabbit. I've got
that's what they call legends now. And
yeah,
now
they're
they
legends.
call in the movie canon.
It doesn't matter. Because we're Disney and we're going to do what the fuck we want.
Yeah, they did that with Marvel. They did it with. They do it.
Well, I mean,
I'm loving this, Carl. You got somebody to talk Star Wars with.
fair enough. Hey, look, I have a right. Okay. But yeah.
Carl, you don't remember Rex?
I'm trying, but he sounds so much like the Junk Man. Now, there's a guy. If somebody could look it up, he's called the Junk Man, and he reviews Star Wars toys. And if you played a minute of his video and then listen to, I think it's him. I think it's the same guy.
Nah, I'm not the same guy. Nah. When I reviewed Star Wars toys and shit like that, it makes me sad because I would be rich beyond my wildest dreams.
Yeah, this guy ain't rich. You could tell that.
Yeah.
You could tell that all of his life exists to buy more Star Wars toys. All right, the guy that I'm talking about, I think that his main goal is to get more toys. So all his money, I can tell, goes into those shelves.
What's the channel?
It's called the Junk Man, and he reviews toys and mostly Star Wars toys. I think he's done other ones, but it's almost always Star Wars toys.
There's a movie, 1982.
Oh, he probably does old G.I. Joes and shit like that too.
He probably does, yeah. But he's also kind of funny, you know.
Oh, whoa. Okay. I don't think I'm finding it. This
No.
is like,
And then, yeah. Is it Junkman toys?
Yeah, if it was the Junk Man, I'd go something like a rare Star Wars figure or something, because that's what he's always, you know, the variants, the oddballs, you know. He's got some information. He does. He's actually pretty smart, but when it comes to this stuff, but I can't even think of a certain show. It'd be like Star Wars toys I couldn't afford as a kid or something. You know, that'd be the title of one of his shows.
That Junk Man. Got it.
You found him?
I think so. Let me pull him up and see, you can tell me.
Oh yeah, that's him. I got it.
You got it?
I got it. Let me drop it in the private chat.
Oh, I forgot it's muted.
Yeah.
Lightsaber. In this series, Rare Star Wars, we'll look at rare Star Wars merchandise that was common release, not items that are rare because of a factory error, variations, or unreleased. In the 1970s, kids grew up with action figures close to the size of Barbie dolls. The huge success of the 12-inch G.I. Joe line in the 1960s and the continued success of the action figure lines from Mego, such as Planet of the Apes and Star Trek, the 7 to 12-inch scale action figure line was the market standard. Kenner was already having success.
All right, now stop it and let Rex say action figure.
Action figures. Hell yeah.
It does sound like wow.
No, I didn't, I guess. But yeah, I had all those. And if I look, I even had the little, it looked like the inside of a sand crawler with jaws and shit in it, but you could build all kinds of little robot pieces and put the pieces together and make a great big robot or droid. Excuse me, droid.
I think it is too, Wayne. He's punking us.
Well, and you had a perfect replica of R2 in the set, and you had a perfect replica of the red one, R1, the crappy one, the one that blew up.
Well, there was several R2-D2 variants. One with the spring-loaded lightsaber, one that came with the droid factory,
then you had one that was mounted permanently in the X-wing fighter that activated the wing. Yep. But there were several different variants of him released in '77. Since then, I even still have one. I've got a remote controlled 3 3/4 inch action figure remote R2D2. You seen those?
Yeah, I've seen them. I don't have one, but I've seen them. I still ain't quite figured out the physics of how they made. I mean, I can read the schematics and I know how they got it to work, but what was it? BB-8, the little ball, the little basketball motherfucker with the head.
Yeah, BB. Yep, the orange and white one.
Yeah. I mean, I know it works because I watched it work.
It's magnetic. The head has a magnetic. It floats right over the orb magnetically.
That's crazy.
And Echo's still singing in the background, laughing because somebody's talking Star Wars to him.
I know, I am.
But yeah, I think Disney bought it and ruined it. I mean, not that episodes 1, 2, and 3 were that great. I like 3. I like Revenge of the Sith.
Oh, those were all fine with me, and Jar Jar didn't really piss me off at all.
Well, they kind of cut him out in the second one and the third one.
There's a new theory out there. You know, fan theory think that Jar Jar was actually a Sith.
Yep, he's a Sith. I've heard that. But he's not smart enough to like
That
affect it.
was all a play. That was all a play. Just like Palpatine. Palpatine fooled the whole galaxy, remember? There's so many fan things about that. That's what was so interesting. If it had a lot of characters, I was interested. That's why I like Marvel. If you know how many superheroes there really are, just like the X-Men alone, all right, there's a couple thousand just of the X-Men. And
you might be
you know, the more detail there was to that, the more it got me.
Oh yeah, there's some people out there that are mutants and don't even fucking know it.
Oh, you're talking about real life now.
Well, I mean that too, but I mean we were talking Marvel there for a minute.
See, now I've got another person in chat that's convinced it is you, Junkman.
Hey. I live in the Appalachian Mountains of Virginia. It is 2 days till Christmas, and we had snow this weekend. So, okay, fair enough. And it's cold as shit. It is like 15 degrees up here. So the snow ain't going nowhere. At least not where I'm at.
I'm north of Detroit up in Michigan, so I know what the cold is. I know where you're at, too, because I walked up through the Blue Ridge. That's a beautiful area you're in.
Yeah, it's beautiful in the spring and summer and fall, but in the winter, man, it's brutal. It's fucking brutal.
That's where Yorga is too, isn't it?
Yep. He's in Virginia.
Yeah, that's why I live in the South.
I'm just saying, when it decides to get cold up here, it ain't playing. It's jumping off the cliff and, you know, without a parachute. So,
Yeah. I'll stick to my heat.
That'd be with fortune now, Al. You know, things like Spider-Man 1 or Superman 1, those comics have sold for hundreds of thousands of dollars. So, you know, some of the first issue comics are big money.
oh yeah, I had some of the Mego action figures of Batman and Superman and Wonder Woman. My sister could play with Wonder Woman. I'll play with Batman. Okay, but Flash and
That was
Hulk.
the only time in our lifetimes where both DC and Marvel were the same toy lines.
Yeah, they cooperated there to get the. But yeah, I had Spider-Man and shit.
Hulk.
Yeah, I
Green
had
Goblin.
Spider-Man, Hulk, the Green. I did. I did have
Iron
some.
Man, the
Had
Penguin, Joker, the Riddler, Catwoman,
I
all
don't
the
think.
super. It was called the Superpowers line.
Yeah.
And then they came out with Planet of the Apes and Rescue. All different kinds of Mego figures followed, and now they remake them. But some of those original Megos are worth a lot of money, depending
Yeah,
on what you got.
I had the big 6-inch tall GI Joe back in the day with the
Right.
Kung Fu. Yeah.
That's from 1964 to 1976. It was GI Joe 12-inch, and in 1969 they went from painted heads, and by 1970 they had hair and kung fu grip and everything. Through the 70s, it was the Adventure Team. But the
Oh,
early ones, they were all military themed.
it was like that team they sent into Kong Island. We're going in. We don't know what the hell's going to happen, but we're going in. If you ever saw Skull Island, Kong Skull
I do
Island.
remember that. That was where King Kong lived, and all these other creatures were, but because of an atomic bomb experiment, supposedly mutated.
We're mutants. We're all mutants. We just don't know it. We ain't figured it out yet.
Oh yeah. So Cheryl, you raised some brine shrimp. One of the ultimate scams on the American children ever was sea monkeys. There's a few of them.
Chia pets.
X-ray glasses.
Yeah.
I had a car. I got a submarine out of the back of a comic book. All right, and I was pretty excited about it till I get the cardboard box in the mail that you got to cut out and make into your own submarine.
But yeah, I'd always look at that shit. I never really sent my quarter in to get any of it or whatever. But
The one time I should have been doing it was the Jeeps. Back in the 70s, they had all these ads in the back of the comic books. $50 Army Jeeps. Buy 10 for, $500 or something. And what it was is it was kind of a scam at the time because they were called demilled military Jeeps, meaning they had to be rendered unoperable. So they literally took cutting torches and cut tens of thousands of U.S. military Jeeps right in half, right where the seats would sit. They cut a line right across it. They cut it in half, and when they shipped you one Jeep, it'd be two halves of a Jeep, which made a full uncut, what they call now an uncut Jeep, worth a lot more. But a lot of people welded a lot of Jeeps back together to get them to work, and they don't have the same value. But the thing was, is they were so cheap that if somebody would have spent 10 grand on those, they would have had $3 million in the next 20 years because it was a hell of a deal.
Yep. You made me laugh right when I hit the bowl, man. But yeah, I remember that. In the older comic books, it's like you can really get a Jeep.
Well, yeah, but you got to weld it
$50,
back together.
you know, I was like, I don't think mom and dad would go for that. But, you know.
Well, you couldn't drive it anyways until you welded it back together.
Exactly. But if it was worth more in the actual two halves, but I'd have got, I'd have got somebody.
What most people did is bought lots of them, so they could assemble enough working ones to make it worthwhile.
Avengers Assemble. Oh, sorry. You didn't mean we were going to be fucking welding all day. What the hell? Sorry, that was a bad joke.
I have sitting right here. In fact, I was going through paperwork today, and I found an updated 1998 list of all demilled surplus going through the U.S. government. Because I used to be a dealer. I had tax license and go to auctions and did all of it. But it's a list of everything that they're allowed to sell and how they've demilled it. Meaning, like if it's a bazooka, they got to drill a hole in it. You know, if it's a rifle, they got to cut the barrel. You know, it's like all these different things that they had to do to the equipment before they could sell it to the American public.
Right. I mean, basically, yeah, if it's not like boots and PDUs and shit like that, canteens and MREs, yeah, you got to disable that shit. You can't sell military weapons to the public. Like, if it's a flamethrower, man, you're going to have to drill a bunch of holes in it.
What's up, bootlegger? Yeah, it is a waste. They wasted tons.
Yeah, and if you want like a dummy grenade, you got to take the core out, or it either has
I hope, because it's going to end up in somebody's hands that don't know what they're doing.
Fuck, you're doing. That's right.
There's stories, you know, people buy surplus vehicles and find live ammo in them and stuff. It gets missed. There's a lot of places in the world they're still finding dangerous live ammo left over from wars. I got a whole pile of those I bought at bootlegger. I give those away too, man. In the last couple of years, I've given away a lot of them. But I have my father's original one from World War II, and I've got a couple from other, you know, Vietnam era and stuff. There's a bunch of different makers of those, and nowadays they use a little bit different steel, and they make copies. They're not true government issued ones. So there's a bunch out there that are really cheap metal. They bend up easy on you. It's kind of hard to find the actual issue P38 anymore. So when I did, I bought a bunch of them.
Oh, Jesus. Sorry, I was trying to choke to death. Don't mind me.
Well, that's all right, man. I can sit here and talk all day.
Are you okay?
Who, me?
Yes, you did sound like you were choking to death.
I did. I tried to swallow that hit, so I had to chug a beer behind it. Oh. Did you ever watch Battlestar Galactica, Carl?
The original, when it came out, it was, again, primetime TV show back in the day.
Did you notice how it had a biblical theme to it?
Yeah, the Lost Tribes.
All right. Yep. They were trying to find Eden.
The 12 Lost Tribes, and then the 13th secret one.
Yeah, that was on Earth. I guess. I don't know. It got weird at the end when they did the movies and stuff. I mean, I'm just saying. With the flying motorcycles and shit like that, I was like, okay. I'd like to have a flying motorcycle or a car. I'd rather have a car.
Well,
got-
Aaron Gray was pretty good to look at.
Oh yeah, Buck Rogers in the 25th century. Oh yeah. Once she got out of that white ass uniform that was all zipped up and shit, yeah, she looked pretty good. So look, now we're gonna get Beetle. But she did. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, at least I know you're American, and I know you're within the same age range as we are, because you know all the code words.
Well, who was Princess? What's her name? That had Beastman and shit. Well, what's her? It wasn't Amidala, was it? The first chick Buck run into.
You're talking about
wore the chandelier shit. Yeah.
Olivia Diablo or something. The one that played Princess for Conan.
I can go look it up now.
Olivia Diablo played the blonde princess in Conan, but there is a crossover you're reminding me of. But Beast, there was Sheena. Remember Sheena?
The same chick that played Sheena was in
Charlie and Charlie's Angels.
Well, yeah, but I remember her in Beastmaster cause
Tara, what was her name? Tara what?
Hang on, God, make me think for a minute. I just saw
Roberts, Tara Roberts.
Oh, you got it? Yeah, there was a TV show too, and a part 2, but all that stuff. Yeah. Watch the first. Tanya Roberts. Kiri. Okay. I kept hearing that Hulk.
You're right.
It was like
it wasn't Three's Company. That was what it was. She was on Three's Company.
Was that her? That was the brown-headed chick for a little while, and then they switched to the leggy blonde at the end on Three's Company. Look, we don't put everybody to sleep, man.
I don't know what happened tomorrow. We probably had
We done did that like a half hour ago.
I'm still listening.
They're just letting us get our nerd out.
Fair enough.
I still think you're the junk man. You really do sound like him. It's funny. Especially when you start talking about toys and stuff.
I am in disguise.
That dude's pretty famous now. For real, though. He got popular.
Yeah. He looks like he does a lot of shit on a lot of obscure shit that I've heard about, but never really actually got the toys. So, yeah. I'm down for that.
I should have some new tires today in the mail.
That's exciting. New
It is.
tires.
Yep. I'm pretty excited. It's a drag now being, having a vehicle and not being able to drive it because these tires are that bad. I felt like I could go across town and it'll cost me $100 to get it towed back because they're all dry rotted. I bought them like 20 years ago. They didn't fare too well. Bootlicker, that does that to me all the time now on YouTube. It's funny though. I'll go into a chat and when I make a comment is when it freezes up on me. And it'll be like nobody says hello to me, the chat doesn't move, and I'll go from live chat back to top chat and back to live chat, and there'll be 20 comments after that it froze up on me and wasn't letting me see anybody reply or nothing.
That does the same thing to me all the time.
Same to
Been
me.
doing
Yeah.
a lot lately. I mean, a whole lot. So much so that I'm constantly watching for it now.
Yeah.
Aliens, man. I'm telling you, it's the aliens fucking with our shit.
Do you really believe that?
I don't know, do I?
I don't know. I don't.
There are people out there that do.
I know.
Yeah.
A lot.
Well, this has been the longest apocalypse ever.
Oh yeah, you gotta take it slow, rub it in good, let it slow cook. Else it's gonna burn out. And then what good is that? You don't want to eat burn up shit. I'm just saying. As it's char black, it's not good.
Y2K didn't take this long. Mine 2012 shit flew by pretty quick. This one just keeps going on and on and on.
Yeah. It already happened and we just don't know it. Look, hey, I
So,
helped take
so you're talking purgatory. I've heard this theory too. It makes me wonder something.
that too. Limbo. Yeah. Pandemonium. However you want to look at it. But yeah, I helped fix that Y2K shit.
You know what I
was
think?
one of the guys
You're
that knew
going
what I
to get
was doing.
in here just fine. That's what I think.
Fair
You helped
They're
fix
gonna,
the Y2K stuff?
Oh yeah, it was just a minor glitch in the program, and we went out around everywhere and fixed all the shit on Windows 98 and the Windows 2000 that came out before 2000, which was fucking weird. But we fixed the little bugs in it. That's all we had to do. Change like 5 or 6 lines of code, maybe 7 or 8, depending on what you were using. And yeah, it was fixed. It was not a fucking crisis. I'm telling you. Me and my cousin did it. We fixed banks and shops and, just grocery stores. And so, yeah, it was not a
on
hard.
the night of Y2K, I had a pretty expansive camp area set up, and I had these military tents I'd set up and with wood stove and stuff. And on the night of Y2K, I had 2 buddies out there camped out, and we knew Y2K was coming, and we weren't too worried about it, nothing. But I'll never forget this because we're out there. We've got piles of ammo. In fact, we brought all our ammo because we were going to spend it so we could go buy new ammo. Try to keep up on fresh ammo and stuff. So we took all our ammo out there and all of our guns, and we're drinking and smoking and having a good time and just blasting off rounds left and right. And it gets close to midnight, Y2K, and we're like, just standing around, and we hear off in the distance. Not granted, I'm northern Michigan, up in the small mountains. There's mountains up there, but they're not big ones. We're up in the top of one of those, and we can hear often right at midnight. We hear boom, 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 boom. And both of these guys, one of them fresh out of Desert Storm, they just kind of like turned white. All right. And even I didn't know what it was. And it sounded like artillery in the distance. I shit you not. And
Yep.
both of those guys, you know, being military and stuff, they're like, oh shit, here we go. And what it was a place called Crystal Mountain. It was a ski resort setting off fireworks. And they were like at the same altitude almost as I was. So it was like echoing over the valley between us 12 miles away. We could hear that shit. But boy, for a minute, it had us going.
Sorry, I thought I was going to sneeze. I did. So.
Everybody got quiet, or I got kicked off, or something.
Oh no, I sneezed. I'm sorry, I felt it coming. Luckily, look, if you hear me sneeze, I swear to God, I'm away from the microphone, but it still might be loud. Okay. Sometimes it hits me, and sometimes I feel it coming.
Not live. Thanks for coming up.
Well, even though I didn't hear it, bless you.
Appreciate it.
Mine always says it sounds like I'm saying hat and shoes. Hat shoes. Hat shoes.
I usually just try to focus it in some form of like saying sneeze, because it's all like out when you say that word. So get that snot out. It can go stick to the damn wall somewhere.
I think that's another fallacy, really, now that you bring that up, because people told me since I was a kid that don't hold your sneezes because it'll hurt you. You know, I've been holding my sneezes all my life. I'm still here.
Oh, fair enough. It was just the myth. They thought you would pop your eardrums, because you know how your eardrums feel weird after you do it.
Mm-hmm.
Hold your nose. Yeah, they think they back in the day thought it was going to pop your eardrums out, and then it'd be a world of oh.
I don't know. And I've always said excuse me when I sneeze. I don't expect the bless you or the gesundheit or whatever. It seems like it's the same as coughing. People, why do you say excuse me when you cough, but you don't say excuse me when you sneeze? See what I mean?
Yep. I just usually say excuse me when I burp really loud. When I'm sitting there. Yeah. At the table and shit.
Bonnie's fading fast.
I was just thinking about saying goodnight. I'm starting to.
We all owe people here.
Oh, earlier I was
It's only
like,
4:30 in the
this year
morning.
I'm having a treat. I'm getting my Tom and Jerry's. Last year I didn't get any. Oh, I had one Tom and Jerry and I had to go to bed. Like,
Hey, look, it's Christmas. It's
Yeah.
Christmas. Okay.
Yeah.
All week.
But yikes, I got tired real quick. My roomie looked at me and she says, "You look a little flushed." I said, "That's hitting me. I don't drink anymore, so I guess I don't have the tolerance I used to have." Used to be able to down a couple of those at least.
Still happens sometimes, mine. Still happens sometimes.
Was Monty here again?
hmm
Or maybe never left?
Yeah, he said he was watching us on TV.
Oh.
Well, I'm watching this on TV too. That's my monitor, my 52 inch. Quit trying to hack it, okay? I do need to update the software security system. But it's got to go.
Yeah, sometimes I really miss those days, Monty. We sure had a lot of fun.
Sometimes we still do.
Oh, of course.
Oh, wait. I was going to say this earlier. Isn't it funny how shit exponentially gets faster?
You mean all right. You mean like time goes faster that the older you get?
Go ahead.
You mean like how time goes faster the older you get?
Well, that is a fair point too. But no, that wasn't what I was saying. Like how processing power of computers is getting exponentially faster. And now we've got AI. So how much faster is that shit going to get? And how much? Look, it's like the Matrix or Terminator or some shit.
Yeah, Skylink is online.
Yeah. Skylink went online at 0121 Eastern Standard Time.
That's probably my favorite movie quote when the Terminator tells the kid, "It's in
Yeah.
your nature
Oh,
to
shit.
destroy yourselves." You remember that when he tells him? He says, "It's in your nature to destroy yourselves."
Yep. Yeah, I heard that. Oh, I heard another one.
Night night, you guys.
Yeah, I'm gonna hit it too, Bonnie.
Yeah,
It was
okay.
good talking, but I'm pretty whipped.
Yep. Thank y'all for letting me up. I appreciate
Have
it.
a good rest of the night, everyone.
Yeah.
Come back.
I'll try. Shit's going on, and it's Christmas and New Year's and all that shit. So I'll try.
Thanks for
Right
having
on.
me up, Bonnie. Have a good night.
Thank you all for coming up. I enjoyed it.
Bonnie.
Thank you,
See
Rex.
y'all somewhere soon.
Take care, Carl. Have a good night. Everyone in chat, thanks for hanging out. I'm falling asleep. God bless y'all and see you next time. Good night. Central Cast. Hey, James. Good night, y'all.